Wait, we're doing what?
Huh?
It
What?
started.
What?
How?
Ah!
We're not ready!
I don't know what we're yelling about.
Yeah.
Hey, wait.
Seems
Why
fun.
are you here? This isn't Starfinder.
Haha! We traded out a Chris
We traded.
and Mike
We
for an Amy.
We traded up.
Upgraded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I'm just
combine
like-
a Chris and a Mike and you get an Amy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a value tier.
Value tier.
It's like trading two
Mike
goats
and Chris,
for
if you're
a
watching
camel.
this,
Or
that's
really
not our real
terrifying crafting
feelings.
wizard.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
I'm
is.
a little unsure how I feel about this too.
It
Manlier.
takes two of them to make get one of you.
No.
Perfect.
No. I don't feel manually.
Okay. Manually? Like manually turning on the stream? Alright, so, hi everybody, welcome to Dork Tales. This was formerly our Starfinder slot. I'm Kelly, I'm the storyteller, dungeon master, game master, Starlord person. I'm not a person, that's a lie. So we were running Starfinder until recently, and then we all had kind of a massive breakdown on Starfinder because that's my voice.
It wasn't me this time.
All right, so we had kind of a breakdown on Starfinder because the rules are really janky, and we were like, let's not do that. So we were gonna do some character build tonight, and we were gonna do some stuff like that. But then I am very tired. I know I did this whole rant before about like, oh, everything was going to be fine after I finished my master's degree. And then I finished it and now I just want to sleep.
You're in the recoil period.
I know. Seriously, I keep going from like exhausted to depressed to happy to exhausted. It's just, it's weird.
It's made for an interesting week so far.
Which is fine because Chris is feeling sick and Mike is spending time with his wife. Because apparently you have to see your spouse from time to time.
Apparently.
Who knew?
I certainly don't.
That's what they say.
Yeah, you don't have to see your spouse.
I know, it's great. Wait, what?
Good thing.
I don't.
Where is Eric anyway?
You haven't told me here.
I haven't told anyone, even myself.
That's true.
It's okay, they're all fictional.
Denial is a wonderful
That was
Exactly.
That was a race in the hole.
Yeah.
Hey. I don't know. All right, so we have a couple of options. So what we're doing tonight. We have a couple of options on the table for future games in this spot. We did some polling around on our Facebook page and on Instagram, and we have heard back that we need sexy vampires from one person, and then a lot of comments on like running World of Darkness stuff, or running weird stuff, or running new stuff. So we can chat about that a little bit. I think we're going to be keeping most of the same crew, so long as the time and energy permits. Yeah. So what do y'all? Sorry, Amy, you're not in that group. You're in the other groups, but you can still weigh in. So like, what should we do? Because like right now, the games in that spot that I'm interested in running, I could run Vampire the Requiem or Vampire 5th Ed. I could run it. I'll run 5th Ed.
You don't want to.
I don't want to, but I will.
You'll hate yourself for it.
There were some parts about it I liked. Other things I really
You
didn't.
liked your dog.
Yeah.
That dog was the best character in that game.
Yeah.
The dogs are often some of the best characters in games, though.
I mean,
Like, that's
you
good.
couldn't play that character again, though. Not
No.
with your rules around
Yeah,
stuff.
I was like,
No.
I mean, we were a little surprised you picked
Yeah,
that.
I know.
to begin with.
that's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Yeah.
A choice was made.
A choice was made. Choices were made. I was excluded from these decision processes. I just like paraphrased the 1980s movie The Ice Storm and brought in vampires. There was a key party.
Awesome.
Yeah. You should watch the episode. Yeah. So I could run Werewolf the Forsaken. I'm not 100% feeling werewolf. Maybe, sort of. I don't know.
Just watch more Teen Wolf.
I don't want to watch more Teen Wolf. It got really weird.
True.
I think it would depend on what sort of story you decide to run.
Yeah, I haven't been inspired yet. So then I was thinking of Blades in the Dark, and then I was thinking Blades in the Dark as a high school epic set in a uniformed British or Japanese high school, a la Persona 5, where you're doing like missions and, stabbing bitches and stuff like that. And then I was like, or Blades in the Dark, but you're Yakuza. And then I was like, oh, or Blades in the or like World of Darkness and you're Yakuza. or Werewolf the Forsaken in your Yakuza. You know, there was a Descent, and then I
I
kind
see a
of,
slight trend here.
and then I just bought 2 Yakuza games and I've been playing them,
Okay.
and the Yakuza are really interesting. But the
I think those would defeat James's rules as well.
No.
They're viciously violent.
but it's organized crime playing, right? So I think
Yeah,
There's a
it's more the
filter.
direction of the violence that I have to watch out for.
there's a lot of prostitution and Yakuza style stuff though, because they generally operate out of like Kabukicho.
Yeah.
That is the other thing, because like when I was asking the group what game should be played next, James threw out a bunch of ideas that were like, oh, this time period plus this, to this time period plus this, and it was like, cool. I may be a historian, but I don't want to run time periods for the internet because that's when
yeah.
I know, but I was just trying to like shotgun stuff and
Yeah.
see if anything like any kernel like grabbed you. Like I wasn't
like
expecting.
Colonel
it.
Sanders.
Yeah.
Possibly.
11
grab
herbs
your
and spices.
Grab you by the
Are
bow
we
tie.
gonna have like
With a
like
bolo tie.
anthropomorphic fast food battles?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that would be good. There's a role playing game on Kickstarter right now that is a like fighting game role playing game. And I should probably fund that shit like right now. Hadouken. So I don't know, like historical.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind something that's a bit of a mystery to be solved, even.
Yeah, well, Christy kept saying Hunter, and I really want Hunter the Vigil 2nd edition to come out.
But
because
I mean, that sort of thing can end up in any setting, really, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, you could almost do a lot of that stuff with just mortals, right? Like
well, God Machine style mortals would be what I would run, and some of those are.
And honestly, like I'd actually really like a game where you start out as a very tight knit group, maybe really trusting, really like not suspicious of each other, and maybe a few games down the road it starts breaking down because of decisions you have to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I would prefer to have a good like at least one full mission, maybe a full mystery even under the belt.
Yeah.
To get the kind of really cohesive feel going.
Well, I could run horror, like actual horror. And that's the kind of thing that you can do with that. Because, like, I've got some great... So, I taught English in Japan for a while. And one of the things that you do when you're teaching English in Hokkaido... Now, Hokkaido is, like, the frontier of Japan. It's, like, you know, this big landmass that wasn't really incorporated until, like, the last 100 years.
For good reason.
Yeah, well...
10 meters of snow.
Yeah, 10 meters of snow the winter I was there. So basically everybody moved up there in like the 60s and 70s and started building stuff up there because they're like, oh, this is where Japan's going to move because it's our frontier country. We got our pioneer spirit. And then they were like, fuck, it's cold. And then Japan had their economic recession and like all of that. So now when I was up there, like 1 out of every 5 houses was abandoned. Like it's really like...
Ghost town.
Well, and that being said,
Yeah.
there are ghost towns everywhere. Like, and when they're ghost towns in Hokkaido, they are like in the middle of the woods, and they've chained off the roads that lead to it, or bulldozed them over, so you can't get to them aside from like parking your car illegally and like hiding it from like any passing police officers and going spelunking into the middle of the woods. And, you know, it's something that no sensible Japanese person would do. Tons of dumb white folk, though. There are, like, abandoned hospitals. There's an abandoned amusement park.
Ooh.
That's up there. But it kind of led to this idea of, like, you know, ghost stories for assistant language teachers like I was, because being somewhere where you don't fully speak or comprehend the language in the first place is scary, and then coming across like horror that is indigenous to that setting is even scarier because it's through a lens that, you know, the Western mind doesn't necessarily grasp, because you're like, why is this thing coming out of my bathroom trying to eat me?
I'm culturally unequipped to deal with
Yeah,
it.
you're culturally and physically, and the answer is because Japan has mold monsters.
Yeah.
Like, there's this pink mold that develops in your bathtub if you don't clean it regularly, and it's a mold monster that eats like babies and stuff.
Well, that's one way to encourage your kids to do Saturday chores.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could be interesting.
Yeah, so like individual horror stories. Like I also had that one set in a Seattle high school that was pretty good.
Like, God, that pink. The idea of the pink mold monster actually is really cool because, especially as like, if you're Westerners going there and be like, oh, that's normal. That's not a monster. It's just like, oh, that's obviously a silly fairy tale. And then we could do the whole thing of like, ignoring that sort of thing, because who doesn't have ping pong in their
Exactly.
because you don't watch it all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
We get that. It's not something that I ever saw in Vancouver, but here we definitely get it, which is weird. But
It's just whenever you let water pool
yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
It's not quite as warm as I was expecting.
Failure pot.
Failure pot. So yeah, and then the other ideas were I couldn't run it with 5 players, but Demon the Descent is damn cool. I thought I could, and then I had a dinner with some friends a couple weeks ago, and they run it regularly. And the thing about Demon the Descent is that you have to have like an NPC flowchart because it's like an espionage mystery game.
Yeah.
And it's like, cool. So, you have your best friend who's an NPC, but you also have this villain who you've been trying to kill, and this other person who's been trying to ruin your affairs, and you just don't realize they're all the same person, but you don't know that. So, but I have to know that to make the game comprehensible.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't have time for that for 5
then
players.
Also, don't all of us have like multiple faces?
You can,
too?
yeah.
Yeah.
You can just have one, but you might have 2, you might have 3, you can have up to like 5.
I think it's up to 5, yeah.
I think at least as a new player.
As a new player, I think you can have 3 starting if you really like max out.
But I mean, I think we'd have to work out a way to do that and be very clear about which one we're talking as at the moment.
Yeah.
So like that's kind of what I was thinking, and then of course the idea of running another 5th ed game, and then I'll run 3 5th ed games at once. Alright. Generic 3.
It would keep the rules clear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could always end up running one of the ones that is like the modded ones on Kickstarter and stuff, right? Or pull up your Dark setting again. That was quite fun and very different.
Dark was fun. It was just like... So, I haven't posted anything about it yet, but Dark was the setting where okay, you know the movie, or the Netflix movie Bright? I was like, wow, what would it be like to run this but good? So I tried like flipping the setting, and I was like, oh, what's the opposite of Bright? Oh, dim. I'm not going to call it dim, so I guess I'll call it Dark, and it's going to have a lot of the Underdark stuff, and there's a lot of World War II allegories in there. And it ran for like, I think 3 sessions, which, yeah.
I think my favorite thing about it, though, was that we had the whole evil doesn't necessarily mean bad.
Oh, yeah, because there were laws against evil discrimination.
You can't discriminate against people because they're evil. It's when they do something that is evil and illegal that you can then get on their ass for.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're just going around their business being evil, well, just because you're a paladin doesn't mean you get to smite them.
Yeah. That's
if you're lawful evil, even neutral evil, it doesn't mean you're going around like
well, like the
slaughtering calves and
the
stuff
mayor
like
of the
that.
city's lawful evil.
Yeah,
it's
that
He
doesn't
keeps the
surprise
trains
me.
running
well,
on
the
time.
whole setting was like what happens when evil saves the world, and
Yeah.
Love it.
And it's rather
That's pretty
efficient.
cool.
why would evil do that? Because they live there.
If you ever get that setting rejigged in your head so that it works for you, I would love to play that one again because I quite enjoyed it.
It was pretty interesting.
I was a mafia daughter.
You were because Dragonborn were either
Jersey
cops
Shore
or mob. They basically they were like an Italian metaphor where it was like they're either the cops or they're the mob, right, type of thing. And
I was a very studious wizard daughter of a mafia boss.
but it wasn't always by clan, so you could have like mafioso eating across the table from their brother who's a cop and being like, "How's work? Huh? How's business? How you doing? How you doing?" Not bad. It was interesting because we took World War II and kind of divided it up into a bunch of allegories for. I mean, because you kind of look at the way that races in D&D are kind of divided from a historical standpoint. Like in Tolkien, dwarves are a Jewish allegory in many ways. They're also allegories for, they've become Scandinavian or Scottish allegories now, right? And like elves are always British.
I would say it's not allegorical.
Okay, so
just that we can always see meaning in it in any way we want.
That's true.
He has flat out stated it is not allegorical, so don't get on our ass about that. I know this.
Oh, Tolkien?
Yes, Tolkien flat out stated this is not an allegory in any way, shape, or form. Do not represent this as allegorical, because he got really pissed off with how much media was doing that with World War II and that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, just because...
And his big arguments with C.S. Lewis. Because because him and C.S. Lewis were like best buds, right?
And he's more Santa Claus.
Well, so he gets on C.S. Lewis's case for always making everything a biblical allegory. It's like, get over it. Like, I get it. It's like he's a Christ allegory. I get it. But then, so he would write things specifically not being an allegory for anything, and then he would send it to C.S. Lewis, and he'd be like, oh, well, this is clearly an allegory for blah, 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 blah. And it would, like, match up perfectly. And he's like, no, that wasn't the point. I was like, but it was.
But you can't not do it. That's the problem, right?
Well, that's the thing, is I think he said it can be topical to the person.
Yes.
It is not intended as an allegory, though. The author did not have that intention.
Yeah.
So whatever we may see in it.
That's true.
Which, sorry for diverting.
That's fine. That's actually, well, I remember because it actually stirred up some debate when we were building, because we built on camera, and I'm not probably going to post that because there was a lot of like me speculating and being like, okay, so if dwarves are, it's a World War II allegory, so if dwarves are Russians, and then I was like, well, how do halflings live? Because I can kind of picture them living in like really tight confined quarters. I mean, the halflings are smaller, they're very industrious, they probably have like capsule hotels. Oh, I know where this is going. You know, and like I can really picture like the Kowloon walled city being like a halfling place where it's like there's really tight knit communities, and it's like what would halflings look like if they had to like live vertically rather than horizontally? And it was like very Asian inspired, and it was like, no, I'm not saying that halflings are Asians, I'm saying that halflings, like the culture kind of
the lifestyle,
right? Like some of the elements. Like I'm not saying that it's like, you know, halflings are all about samurais and hentai, but you know, I'm not saying they're not.
Yeah.
Level 12 tentacle monster. Challenge rating 12. James just takes a long drink. We perform at anime conventions, so hey, it's fine. But no, there's something. Ow! I just whacked my elbow on the. You can't. The dog's over there, and he has a spider in him. You said no spiders in people.
Yeah, it's not a person. It's a dog.
Yeah, he's got a spider in him.
Yeah, so that means I.
Yeah, pet him. He's a good boy. Anyway, so it was an interesting setting. It was just kind of really hard to like figure.
Fur to start melting off of him and just.
What would be more horrifying if he was like the cat from Captain Marvel?
Oh, with Spoilers: the movie came out 4 months ago. Also, Infinity War 2 Endgame is tomorrow, which is why I was actually thinking I was going to run like a superhero thing today, but then
So have you ever thought of doing Scion?
Well, it's not out yet. Like
the old school Scion?
Yeah, but the new school it's coming out in like a week.
Oh, cool. I didn't
know
that.
Scion is on the short list as well.
Okay. I played it like a decade ago, and I really liked it.
Yeah, the Ragnarok cats.
Yeah. My friend played like Thor, essentially Son of Thor. And then
Thor, Son of Thor?
Thor, Son of Thor. Thorson. No, I can't remember what his name was. But I played
wait, there's Thor!
And so he would run into things like Thor does, and then she would be like, oh no. And have to like go save him, pull him out. And she'd be like, oh no. Exactly. And he would just throw lightning, and she'd be like, oh no. It was good. It was fun.
Simon would be pretty fun with the group we have.
I think it would be a lot of fun, because I think it plays enough into that kind of like, you can almost make it sci-fi depending on the gods that you pick, like especially because I know there's supplements for like technology being your god and stuff like that.
Second edition is completely.
It is completely different.
They basically turned the close-ended. It's completely open-ended now. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, okay, cool. So I mean that would be a really good opportunity. So for those people that want a little bit more of a sci-fi aspect, you would have that option. But then you can also, people that don't, like if Chris doesn't want to do any sci-fi, he can have a more fantasy side of things by going more like.
See, I'm not a huge sci-fi fan, and neither are you. We had this conversation.
Yeah.
I also thought about running Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, because the Star Wars Fantasy Flight game is just great.
The Star Wars game is pretty fantastic.
Yeah. But you can't do it with the music. I would always play the music, and I'm like, I can't, because if I watch this, demonetized right there, just from humming it, hold on. Oh, it's a Disney lawyer at the door. It's John Williams himself with a shotgun.
That would actually be amazing. Are you kidding me?
You shoot John Williams, his face reforms.
It's freaking teeth. Oh goodness.
So and then what else was I considering? It was
I mean, if we did Star Wars, we could always do the thing of like, all right, guys, insert Star Wars music here. Here's the links I need you to go pull up.
Yeah,
we'll tell you when to play them.
Yeah, there you go. Just have it in another window playing.
It just makes it
or
so
just
much.
Sing it to yourself.
It just makes it so much better.
Cue music. Go now.
Yeah, just Amy, show up and play music. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's it. You're the maestro.
I'm not the bard.
Yeah, you are.
I'll go grab my trumpet and just play slightly different.
Horrendously off key.
Exactly.
I was about to say, like, set up a second track with just the music.
Yeah.
If that one gets demonetized, meh.
There you go.
Like, how does that work?
Like an
It was
audio
slightly
commentary
different.
track.
Yeah, like, kind of like,
Difficult.
Mystery Science.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll have something up soon. There is some potential World of Darkness stuff. But so for tonight, I think we're just going to dick around and have some fun for you guys. I have 2 games that we can play. Yeah, I know I said one when we were chatting earlier, but I found a second one like 10 minutes ago. So I've got Monster of the Week, which is a Powered by the Apocalypse game where you hunt monsters. And, on a weekly basis, usually. And then I also have The Quiet Year, which is a game by Joe McDowell. No. That looks like McDonald is spelled wrong, but okay. And this game is a game where you build a map and collectively explore the struggles of the community trying to rebuild after the collapse of civilization.
Oh, I remember that one.
So this is kind of cool. We were supposed to do
That
this
seems
week,
kind of cool.
but you want to shoot monsters?
But I kind of want to do Monster of the Week. I mean, I'm glad they're keeping to a weekly schedule and not like 3 of them in a week.
Yeah.
No, right? It's kind of them.
It's very, very nice of them.
Monster of the period.
It's like how
Once a month?
in like kung fu movies, it's like one person comes out to fight you.
Yeah.
And
They take
you defeat
turns.
them, and the next one comes up.
Pass
Yeah.
that along.
And the rest are all doing the
One to you,
dancing.
one to
Playing the
James.
back.
Oh, yeah.
One to you,
Let's flip
one
back
to
to-
James.
What?
Guess you're James now.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
what am I doing?
Sorry.
How do I...
The name Amy has
Got
expired
it.
and you didn't renew quick enough. You've been labeled James now.
Yeah, I made it flippable, I guess. Cool. So, Powered by the Apocalypse. For those of you who have you played any Powered by the Apocalypse? Okay. Because have you played this one?
Yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
played this. I love this one, and I've been listening to a lot of Adventure Zone in which they've been playing this
have
as
they?
well.
Okay.
So, super loving it.
I fell asleep because I've been eating a lot of carbs this week. So, if I don't get the rules right, correct me.
I'll do what I
Just
can.
put your hand on my knee and be like,
Okay. You're doing it wrong.
Since I shifted.
so.
Okay, I'll
That's
do what I can.
So I know that, some ideas.
Sweet.
So Powered by the Apocalypse games are, they are, the GM doesn't, or pardon me, the keeper, I have a new title now, does not roll dice. I don't have to, because everything that they do is part of a conversation that we're having, and they add to the world through interaction. That means that it's up to you 4 to be more proactive, and for me to mostly ask questions, and then determine collaboratively what happens as a result. Now, much like when we played City of Mist, there is a scale of success. So, on a 7 or less, you usually fail. On an 7 to a 10. No, it's 7 and 9.
7 and 9.
Okay,
So 6 or lower is a failure.
Yeah.
7 to 9 is a mixed success, and 10 plus is a complete success.
And then sometimes 12 and up is even better.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. And then, so the point of Monster of the Week is that you are hunting monsters and you are trying to like figure out the world around you. Now, there's also some cool stuff here that they've added, such as threat clocks or countdowns. Now, we played not on the stream, but beforehand, we the 3 of us played the Sprawl.
Yeah.
And that used a lot of clocks. In this, there aren't clocks, but as you'll see on your character sheet, you have, 8 harm that you can take? Yep. So, don't worry, I have your character sheets right here. So, here's the way it's going to work. I'm going to read out the character types.
Okay.
You can only have one of each character type, and then we're going to quickly do character creation because it takes less than 5 minutes, usually, for the beginning part.
Okay.
All right. The Chosen, your birth was prophesized. You are the Chosen One, and your abilities can save the world. If you fail, all will be destroyed. The Crooked, yeah, I've been around the block, bit of this, bit of that, when I came across a secret underworld of monsters and magic. Well, it wasn't so different from the underworld I already knew, you know? The Divine, I am the light and the sword. I am sent. I love it when they say, I am sent. Like they use am in that particle form. To defend the meek from darkness, all evil fears me, for I am its end. Basically, you're a divine being. These printed in a funny way. They're short side flipped.
Oh no.
That's okay.
That's
Suffering.
The Expert, I have dedicated my life to the study of the unnatural. I know their habits. I am Giles. The Flake, everything's connected. Like everything's connected, but like not everybody can see the patterns, and most people don't even look that hard. But me, I can't stop looking, man. There's deeper truths, man. You just gotta.
There we go. Yeah, because I shifted my chair back, so.
You just gotta look for them, man. So the Flake is the conspiracy theorist. The Initiate, since the dawn of history, we have been the bulwark against the darkness. We are also Giles, but slightly different. The Monsters.
The Man of Letters.
I feel the hunger, the lust to destroy. I'm Sam Winchester in season 2 and some of season 3.
And kind of last season.
And then I'm also I'm Dean Winchester. I'm Dean Winchester in season 4 of them.
Yeah.
You know, just the show's ending soon. It's gonna be weird. The Mundane. You heard about how monsters only pick on people with crazy powers who can fight back on even terms? Yeah, me neither. But hell, I ended up in this monster hunting team, so I gotta do what I can, right?
Xander.
Yeah. The Professional.
I like the sound of the Mundane one so far.
It's fun. They have some cool powers.
They do.
I'm not sure if it's the one I actually want to finally pick, but that's the first one that's really kind of...
The Professional. It's kind of strange when your regular 9-to-5 job is hunting down monsters. Still, that's the job I took when I joined this outfit. It pays well and the benefits are good. Like they say, you don't have to be crazy to work here, but it sure helps. The Spell Slinger. Fight fire with fire magic. That's literally the summary. So then there's...
That sounds like my first WoW character.
Alright, so there's 2 more. Oh, they have a power called This Is Gonna Suck.
Is that a...
It's a mad...
This is gonna suck. Or
when you...
This is gonna
So
suck.
it's a subcategory of could have been worse. When you miss a use magic roll, you can choose one of the following options instead of losing control. Either Fizzle, the preparations and materials are ruined, you have to start over from scratch with prep time doubled, or This Is Gonna Suck. Where it's like, well, I botched my roll, time to blow stuff up.
Yep.
The Spooky, I can do things that normal people can't, but there's a price. I haven't paid it in full yet, but the bill's gonna come soon. You get too close, kid, you're gonna get hurt. Sorry about this, kid. And then the Wronged, they took my loved ones. Back then, I wasn't strong enough to fight those 1,000 ninjas, but I studied, trained, and now I'm here. I'll kill them all. It's all I have left. So those are the characters. Do any of those speak to anybody?
The Mundane and Professional.
Oh yeah, no shit.
The Chosen, and there was another one that kind of jumped out at me, and I can't remember what it was called now.
Okay. And feel free to put bids in if anybody else.
Anybody want to jump out at you, Krista?
Those two.
I don't know.
You've played this the most, right?
I know. I'm trying to remember what
Chosen, or the Crooked, the...
Oh, Crooked was also entertaining.
The Divine,
sounding.
the Expert, the Flake.
Let me take a look at the Flake.
Oh, can I also look at the Expert? Whoop.
The Initiate, the Monstrous, the Spell Slinger, the Spooky, the Wronged.
Yeah.
Nobody else is looking through
I
those.
think Crooked, I think is what I'll go with.
Maybe not this one. Let me take a look here.
Alright, so...
Ancient fighting arts. Sacred oath.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the Expert.
The Expert?
So
Okay,
someone
Chosen
else
one is
can be
back
the
in the
Chosen.
pile.
Okay.
Could be the Chosen one. I've read about this sort of thing.
What kind of setting are you thinking? Doesn't matter.
I haven't come up with a damn thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing it live.
You totally build this as you go. I think I might
Yeah,
go with
actually,
Spell Slinger.
I'm going with Mundane.
Nice.
Yeah. Mundane's fun. It's got the best stuff.
A little bit of
Oh, you want
Velma,
that
a little
one.
bit of
The
Daphne.
bottom one.
Right. Oh, yeah, I did that one. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, do I have everybody's sheets back?
Yes. Actually, you know what? Never mind. With that first power, this is totally Daphne, 100%. Always the victim.
Yep.
Okay, so James, you are?
I'm gonna go with the Spell Slinger.
Okay, so hold on, I'll give you your stats in a second. Krista, Crooked?
The crooked.
Okay, we can write on the sheet.
That's your sheet. You can
Excellent.
you can eat it at the end of the game if you want.
Ooh,
You're
nom, nom.
mundane.
Fiber.
And Amy, you're playing.
The expert.
Okay, so let's go through and build your characters real quick.
Woo!
So I'll put a link in when this goes up on YouTube so people can just skip ahead. But for now, let's figure this shit out.
I'm gonna call my character Claire. Because it doesn't end with an ah sound.
That's
all my character names.
Clara.
Sarah, Malia, Lola,
Could have been Clara.
Athena.
all right. So everybody has
You
their
do have a
moves
theme
list.
there. We can all start with the same letter.
No.
So the ratings. Your hunter has ratings that describe how good they are in certain areas that are important when hunting monsters. The ratings add or subtract from a dice total. The ratings range from -1 to +3. How do you distribute them? That's a great question, Kelly. Playbooks, yeah. Fucking okay. Introductions, history. Does it give you your numbers on your playbook? Oh yeah, just ratings. Pick one.
Oh,
Where? Rating?
Does it not?
ratings.
Oh,
Okay.
there.
Here.
Yeah.
I see.
Yep. So pick one of those. So to give you a sense of what does what. Cool is how calm and collected you are. It is added to your die roll to act under pressure and help out. Basic moves. Tough is how strong and mean you are in a fight. It is added to your die roll to kick some ass or protect someone. Those basic moves. Charm is how pleasant and persuasive you are. It is added to your die roll for the manipulate someone basic move. Sharp is how observant you are. It is added to your die roll for the investigate a mystery and read a bad situation moves. Weird is how well attuned to the supernatural you are. It is used on your die roll for the use magic basic move.
Okay.
So I think most of you can go through and figure out your character builds yourself.
Okay.
Empowered by the Apocalypse, everybody kind of just goes off of moves, which are actions that their players or the characters can accomplish. So things like kick some ass. Right, so anything involving kicking some ass is when you're in a fight. That can be with like guns, that can be with like your bare hands, etc. Act under pressure would be, it's really self-explanatory. I don't need to fill the gap. Ooh, someone said hello.
Did they? Greetings.
Verbanderbog.
Oh.
Hello, you.
Hello. I will post in then.
Not as me.
Oh, okay, then I won't.
Say something.
So yeah, we were talking about Werewolf the Forsaken earlier. I don't know what time you said that because there's no timestamp. But
Yeah, there never is, but it must have been recently because last time I looked at it, there was nobody there.
Surprise!
yeah, person seems familiar. Do we know them?
I have no idea.
Then welcome to the stream.
If we do know you, let us know
Do we?
quietly who you
All
are.
right.
Or give us some hint.
Or don't. I mean,
Oh, is Michael
it's
on?
on you.
Mike, if Michael's on, I'm wearing his shirt.
Michael is not on.
What the shit, Michael? I wore the shirt you made for me.
Well, I mean,
For
you
change,
can
Michael and Phil are
appreciate
not
it.
watching.
That's weird.
I know,
So
right?
while they're
Because I'm
finishing
here.
building,
Everything's been totally thrown off.
yeah, it's true. I was halfway considering just running generic again tonight. Just being like, Winter, Mike, show up. We're just gonna run generic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have enough of the politics figured out. And then don't forget to join us in 2 nights when we stream character creation on our Star Trek Adventures game. Because
What does avuncular mean?
avuncular?
Avuncular. Avuncular.
I-
Avuncular face.
avuncular.
Avuncular.
Means
Google!
To the Googles!
sexy. To the
Ooh, I could have an alluring face.
You could.
It's not avuncular.
Because I could be, okay, thoughtful face, lined face, scarred face, contemplative face,
Trustworthy.
stern face, avuncular face, experienced face,
Like
or
an
ancient
uncle.
Face. No, not only do I have alluring face,
Uncular
I could
face.
also have a sensual face.
We have to pick one.
I know,
Yes.
right? So like one
It
of
could be alluring
so I
and sensual.
have 2 kind of sexy faces apparently that could have.
No, alluring is very. What is alluring or what?
Alluring face. I also have an option for sensual face.
Sensual.
A sensual face would be like you seen that picture of like Squidward after the surgery, or the stupid handsome Squidward.
No.
Oh, well, you're missing out.
I'm okay.
Both alluring and sensual are under the sexy umbrella, I think.
Are they?
Like it's sexual in nature.
Yay.
Do I want scarred or stern or content?
Be friendly.
Oh yeah, should we build the group dynamic first, or you want to build characters?
I think we should probably figure out who our characters are roughly, and then start with
Cool. We're doing this like for a one shot, so I don't know.
What does an experienced face look like? It's like, damn, you've seen some shit.
Dean Chester.
There you go.
Who's that it?
Dean Winchester, season 15.
Or it's more.
Oh no, that's the
just
ancient face.
The expression of your
Why, is
face,
he old
maybe.
I don't know.
Right?
It's been how many years?
You can kind of
15,
look at somebody and be like, you look experienced.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you don't look fresh-faced youngster.
Unflappable, right? The worst things happen, you're just like grimace and be like, well, I guess we're doing this now.
Oh, Bobby.
I guess so.
Bobular.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Who also is very avuncular.
You know what? I'm going with the alluring face.
I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna scarred, because that's just like, yeah, okay.
You have a scar over one of your lips.
What the hell do they mean by street clothes versus, like, casual clothes?
I think one's more grunge.
Oh yeah,
leather jacket
might
or
actually be
pajamas.
like grungy hoodie and
It's made of pavement.
torn jeans, that kind of stuff. Like,
Alright. I'm thinking casual clothes, normal. Oh, there's
Certified
normal clothes as well, so I'm
asphalt.
thinking normal must mean jeans. And a t-shirt sort of thing.
Yeah. Street clothes could also be like clothwear.
No.
It could.
Probably not, but I can...
Shut up. If someone wants to be Cordelia Chase, they can be.
I could also wear goth clothes.
There you go.
I could wear old-fashioned clothes.
Or nerdy.
yeah, I've got that option as well.
I got old-fashioned, casual, utility, tailored, or outdoor. So I'm going with casual, actually.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to create the adventure in 5 minutes. Because I took a nap.
Nice. Okay, so I want cool and sharp, I think.
Ooh, here's the first mystery you can use if you don't have time to prepare your own.
Perfect.
Oh, creaky.
You know what? I'm just going to run theirs. I had an idea, but...
Sure. Sounds good.
Yes. Just don't chew with your mouth open. I don't care.
Okay, cool.
Like,
Bring on the crunch.
We're doing a one shot. Like it's just us partying with our people in the stream right now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like
Party in the stream.
The crunch is happening.
The crunch.
the crunch. The crunch thing.
crunch. The crunch is real.
Not the crunch, the crunch.
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 Crunch,
Crunch,
sounds raunchy.
Crunch, crunch.
Yeah. It's like what a dog does when it eats food and goes like crunch, crunch.
That's true.
It's not crunchy.
We could totally be. I could just. Okay, I'm gonna read this real quick. It's going to be silent on the stream for a moment.
Reading.
Reading Rainbow.
Where's Jordy LaForge when you need him?
Tune in on Friday for Star Trek Adventures.
Yeah.
I am gonna. By the way, we are setting that in like 2372 or something like that because I want as many NPC like appearances as possible. Mr. LaForge, make it so. Aye, Captain. The only person that we cannot have in is Data. Because they blew him up in the last movie.
Yep.
I mean, there's B4. Which just means we have another Data.
I just finished watching I'm caught up on Discovery. And they clean up all their loose ends
Do they?
so well.
Like they actually like
they explain why there's holograms on the older ships but not on Enterprise. They explain why no one's ever heard of Spock's sister. They explain all these, like, they cover everything, and it's genius.
It's actually good?
It's actually really good.
I've heard really mixed reviews about Discovery.
Yeah.
Does it start rough?
It starts rough. Yeah, it's bad. And it's unfortunate because, like, I watched it going, okay, so they made this Spock's sister, but, like, I feel like they only did that because they didn't think that the show would hold its own, and it so does. Like, it so holds its own. And I like, I'm not a Star Trek fan. I love Discovery. Yeah. It's really good.
How are Pike and Spock?
Pike, they're both amazing. They're both perfect. Spock is awesome, and I won't, without spoiling anything, the last episode of the season sets up why Spock becomes friends with Kirk, and like explains why he found this person who is the complete opposite of him to like be besties with. And Pike is phenomenal. Pike is absolutely. Yeah. They even reference the original unaired pilot.
Nice.
Like they play that into it, like Pike seeing his future of that's what I'm going to like.
Doesn't he die in that?
He doesn't die. He becomes a paraplegic. Something happened. I don't think they say what happens, but in the unaired pilot they do. But they go back to that planet from the unaired pilot, and like the girl from that shows up, and like
they're really Doctor Whoing it.
Oh, but they actually did it. They didn't like retcon everything, which is what they stupid did with Clara and Doctor Who. But they reference these things as things that happen that work within the storyline.
I was kind of thinking like what they do with like the first Doctor and like, did you watch? Are you up to date on Doctor Who?
No, I stopped watching mid Matt Smith.
The Christmas episode with Capaldi is phenomenal.
Oh, okay, I saw that one and I did really enjoy that.
Yes. I really, and the recasting of the first Doctor was awesome.
I thought it was him. I was like, Hartnell's
really well
been dead for like a decade. What is happening right now?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Just put the squib in.
I love him so much. And that's funny because that's the second character he's played in Doctor Who. He was in a Matt Smith episode.
He also played the Doctor in he also played not just the Doctor but Bill Hartnell in the Time and Space movie.
Right. Yes, he did. Exactly.
Which was awesome.
I haven't seen that yet, but I heard that was
really good. There's some stuff at the end that just I cry super easy when it comes to Doctor Who.
Yeah.
It's the humanism. It just reaches right into my soul and just cracks my heart like an egg.
But yes, Discovery is very good. It's basically completely carrying the CBS All Access program down in the States, so it's phenomenal.
And that's another internet streaming service. What the hell, guys?
It is the only channel streaming service that has actually succeeded.
Really?
Yeah. All the other ones that are like the single channel streaming services, all of them have failed.
Well, it's because it's ridiculous. Like, why am I going to pay money for this?
Well, because CBS is like $4 or $5 a month. And you get everything that CBS produces. So you get things like Big Bang Theory, you get Young Sheldon, you get Star Trek Discovery.
And I would rather pay not to see those things.
But the general populace only wants that, right?
I was
I'm with you, but
I was out at a shop today and there was like a take-home IQ test.
Yeah.
And I looked at the breakdown of numbers on that of like percentage of the population, and I'm like, for one, this is factually incorrect. For two, man, I hope this is incorrect, because it was like 110 and up was only like 25% of the population. I'm like really? Yeah. Really? Like that's what?
See, I wish the TV companies would get it in their minds that I don't want to watch most of their channels. I want like Discovery Channel and the Food Network.
Are you talking about for bundles?
Yeah.
Sorry?
For bundles, like cable
Blame
bundles?
the CRTC for that.
No, they don't actually bundle anymore. They're not allowed to.
Oh, okay.
Except for the base bundle.
Except for the base. And you have to get the base before you can add anything on.
Yeah.
And even if you want to add stuff on, they're expensive enough that it's like, I could just buy Netflix.
Yeah.
Which is cheaper.
Because if all you want is Discovery Channel, you're paying $25 for the basic service, and then $3 for Discovery. So
I
it's like
was
you're paying
shocked
$20
to hear
for
how much
one.
my parents paid for TV, and they just watch like the basic news channels. I was just like,
Yeah, no, we don't have cable anymore at all because we moved the TV to the other side and the cable box isn't connected anymore.
The news networks online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cheaper.
When I started working, I used to work at Shaw, not anymore. But when I started working there, I was like looking at accounts to like, and so I was like, oh, I'll look at my families so that I can like learn to read them and that kind of thing. And so I looked at my mom's. I was like, Mother, you are paying $200 for television. I was like, how much TV are you watching? Because I know that my stepfather downloads everything, or streams everything, or whatever, and she's like, well, we've probably watched maybe 3 or 4 hours in the last month.
Yeah, divide that up by how much you pay. You're paying $25 an hour for television or more.
Yep. I was like, Mom, I'm getting rid of your cable. And she was like, no, I'm not ready to rip off the Band-Aid yet. Can you just put me on the basic? I was like, okay, fine. I'll take you down to $25 and you can get like CBC. She was like, okay, fine.
Give her, like Netflix or something.
She is. My stepfather is a computer programmer. Like, he knows his shit. He has the entire house wired with, like, Hulu and different streaming services and VPNs.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's VPNs.
And everything. Like, he has everything.
And yet she still wants to pay for cable.
Mother!
Pain.
Mother! I love you, Mom. Mother's Day's coming up and I love you.
Oh, God.
But, yeah,
it's
good
coming
Christ.
back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your mom will be up right after it.
Oh, yeah. Yep, and,
Okay. So to pay
okay.
3 to the option.
Ooh, this looks complicated. There's like 10 pages worth of reading. I ain't got time for that. I'm just gonna make it up.
Do it. Make it up.
It's good.
Bring it.
So yes, for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, prepare to see the power of my bullshitting abilities. This is why I want
our joint bullshitting abilities.
It's good. Yeah, that's true.
And like is
All right. So, did anybody have their characters built already?
Yep.
Almost.
working on it. And he's still picking out moves. And I need one last thing for my Haven.
Okay. Okay. So guys, we'll be finishing this up soon, and we'll just jump right into world building.
Should I have a pocket knife or a multi-tool?
Mm.
Because if it's a multi-tool like Kel's, that had basically a switchblade on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Multi-tools are perfect.
Mm.
They usually have a knife. I cut down to the bone with mine.
I'm gonna have a multi-tool
Yeah.
and a cricket bat.
Nice!
Those have an edge to them.
They do. You're gonna break bones with that.
All the fun of hitting something with a baseball bat plus an edge.
Alright, so my Haven has a lore library, a workshop, and a either protection spells or an armory. Or a mystical library.
Okay, I've got to do it. I'm having a motorcycle.
Nice.
So in that case, which clothes do you think would be like jeans and a leather jacket?
What are the options?
Street, maybe?
Street, yeah, I was about to say.
Okay. It's hard to choose powers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I'm going for a mystical library?
You know what I love is that like they jump into this and they're like, oh hey, here's an idea if you don't have time to prep for yourself. This mystery is unusual in that why would you do an unusual mystery as the first one? Wouldn't you want something a little like I get it, but it's just kind of different. And fast.
God, too many of these are good.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I like it wasn't as bad as it looked. Once per mystery, you may attempt to keep going despite your injuries.
I like some of these, like, it's like the trust me one. When you tell a normal person the truth in order to protect them from danger, roll charm.
Mm-hmm.
And 10 plus, they'll do what you say. They should no questions asked. On a 7 to 9, they do it, but the keeper chooses one from this list. They ask you a hard question first. They stall and dither. They have a better idea. On a miss, they're going to think you're crazy and maybe dangerous too.
I love it.
Oh, wait, I actually don't want that one. I lied to myself. I want this one.
Or what could go wrong? Whenever you charge into immediate danger.
Yeah. With the it wasn't as bad as it looked. If you on a miss, it was worse than it looked. And the keeper can inflict a harm move on you, or make your wounds unstable. So it could be much more of a problem.
You know what? I think I might do what could go wrong.
There's a move for the crooked called Deal with the Devil. You sold your soul to the devil.
Yeah, well, yes, you do.
Pick one or two things you got out of the deal. Wealth, fame, youth, sensual gratification, skill. Essentially add +1 to 2 ratings. Payment is due either when you die or in 6 months.
As you do.
As you do.
Danes, the power of the heart is fantastic. When fighting a monster, if you help someone, don't roll cool. You automatically help as though you'd roll a 10.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty good. And then what is it? There's fate? What is it?
Luck.
Luck. So how does luck work? Remind us.
So luck works that if you roll to kick some ass and you end up taking harm, you can use the luck to avoid all harm.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you roll real bad, you can use luck to change a roll. Now, because we're only doing one session, it's probably not as
we
big
might
of a
do
deal.
we might do more.
So yeah, if you want to hold on to
for
this,
example, I'm graduating in June, and my mom's gonna be up, so I'm gonna take a day off. So I might pre-record an episode.
Nice. Okay.
And just pop it up.
So for this, for example, like that, you only get so many luck. You never earn them back.
Yeah.
So for the eternal life of your character, you only get seven luck, and when you run out of luck, bad things happen.
Okay, do I want a flamethrower, a magical dagger, or a blessed knife?
Flamethrower, nice.
Yes.
Yeah, but that one's...
So who are you?
This is the,
That's not what I asked. Who are you?
Oh, Allie.
Who is Allie?
Allie is the expert
And what's she an expert at?
at slaying, at lore and information about monsters.
Is she divine or magical? She's probably not a flamethrowery.
She's not really magical, not particularly.
Is she divine or flamethrowery?
More divine, but I don't know. If she has a magical dagger, she could have picked it up somewhere.
That's
She
true.
collects things.
Which religion? Is it magical or divine?
There's blessed knife, which is 2 harm hand holy, and a magical dagger, which is 2 harm hand magic.
Okay.
So I think actually I'm gonna go with the dagger because I also picked shotgun and a mallet and wooden stakes.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go with magical dagger. Just happens to have a magical dagger. It's in her various places things. Because question is, what's my other feature?
Huh. All right, so so you guys almost done?
Oh no.
I'm almost there.
All right. Well, since Amy is are you mostly done, Amy?
Oh no.
Okay. I'm just gonna so there's a section on here of history. I'm assuming everyone has that on their sheets.
Yeah.
So you pick which of the hunters is which.
Yeah, we gotta do that.
Cool.
Okay, so I've got the 2 expert moves. I've read all about this sort of thing and preparedness. Okay. Do.
Okay, that's that one done. Got that. I think we just need to do history.
All right.
I'm good for history.
I'm ready to go. I guess James, you and I can kind of talk our characters out.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm Charlene. She's a retired burglar.
Okay.
Why she retired?
Well, so she started out as a burglar, kind of got involved with more on the sort of fencing of stuff, and then was hired to get something for a sorcerer, and that kind of went ass up, as they say. And so she kind of decided that maybe she needs to keep an eye out for this kind of stuff. So she's in a place now, whatever city or town or whatever we're in, that's where she is. And she's still on the sort of, she's got her underground contacts, but the town sort of knows if anything goes haywire, supernaturally or naturally, she's the person to talk to. So if anyone's like bugging anybody, they come see her, and she gets people to deal with it. So her two moves are friends on the force. So you know a few cops who can be persuaded to look the other way or do you a favor. And home ground. Your crew made a point of keeping locals happy, keeping them safe, ensuring things always went down okay, which means I always have some minor help kicking around. And she's a grifter. So she talks her way out of things.
Okay.
With some good old charm. But yeah, there is definitely the criminal organization that she kind of ran away from might cause an issue somewhere down the road. But other than that, she's kind of happy hanging out in her town, dealing with stuff.
Okay.
Go for it, James.
All right. I'm playing Duncan Westmore, who is an ex-sorcerer who basically was involved in like cults and things like that up until and was actually like becoming something of a potent spellcaster up until the moment he realized just how deep and how dark the hole could go. At which point he decided he simply just couldn't abide by it. So breaking links with his former companions, he basically went out and started trying to do the right thing. He's still very much trying to figure out what the right thing is, and he still has a lot of kind of the broken aspects of someone who can bend reality with his will. So he's probably a bit of a difficult person to hang around with at times. But on the other hand, he's pretty dedicated and he offers something unique to the group. So that's pretty much him. He carries himself quite stylishly. Let's see. I'm just looking at the moves that I've got are not really going to probably like. There's nothing that you would really tell from the outside because they're more kind of spelly kind of stuff. But he does like to solve his problems with a fireball.
Amazing.
When things need to die.
Can I put you as my history of this hunter was there when you decided to give up the life and hunt monsters instead? So when you left, I was trying to steal something from the cult you were with?
Sure. Yeah,
okay,
that sounds
cool.
like a great one. Let's see here. Let's go take a look at my history and see which way I attach to you. Ooh, okay. Well, that one might be good. They act as your conscience.
Well,
awesome.
Well, we should finish the
let's
introduction.
finish the
Keep
circle
going around?
because
Okay, go ahead.
we're not playing two teams.
Yeah.
No.
True. No, true. I think I know what I want Amy to be as well.
Okay.
So we haven't heard Christine's
so-
yet.
So you've been.
We haven't heard Amy's either.
We haven't done the finished introductions yet.
Continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, this is Allie, the expert. She is a rather scarred-looking woman. Looks pretty plain and regular most of the time, but you would all know that she has a library haven place. She apparently just fell into the occult by accident and kept walking into things at the wrong place at the wrong time and looking in, and curiosity got the better of her. So, yeah, that's her.
Okay. Does she have any special moves that involve dealing with like social norms or anything like that?
Well, it's mostly like I've read about this sort of thing, so like she knows stuff or has read about it, and she's very good at preparing people for stuff. So sometimes she has exactly what she needs, especially if it's something rare, and sometimes she knows where to get it, but it's not somewhere that is even remotely helpful for you, and it's kind of a pain in the ass to get. She also has a workshop for like fixing and building weapons and equipment, and just a lore library and her own small armory.
Okay.
So she's kind of your neighborhood watch-ish person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Christine.
Okay. So my character is Claire Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't originally come up with like what she actually did as a mundane until like Krista and James started talking, and I was like, oh shit, okay. But I figured maybe part of how she got into this is I was thinking, well, she's already got a motorcycle and she's wearing street clothes, so she's probably a bartender.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
And an urban explorer. And you know what? I think that's how she got into this, because that's where she went in somewhere weird as an urban explorer and ran into some shit. So on that note, there's a couple of these I was thinking, Krista, could I have saved your life from a monster due to an unlikely chain of events?
So this is actually perfect because I have one of this hunter saved your life when a monster drop on you, now you owe them one.
Perfect.
I want to use that one for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will have to work out a bit of what I did, but I'm guessing I was urban exploring, and maybe you'd gone running somewhere after a deal gone wrong or something.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I don't know, maybe you got stuck in like a giant spider web.
Yes, oh my god, yes. I love
And I
it.
had a lighter. I'm like,
do it.
Alright. So,
siblings.
I'm so on
Sure.
board.
okay,
Close
so
relations.
Yeah.
who has not picked a history for someone yet?
Well, I haven't picked for anyone because we
have to pick for
everybody.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. So why don't we'll just keep going around in a circle. So Amy, you pick one, and then we'll go to James. James will pick another one.
Go.
Okay.
I think we all have different ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
pick one that works,
Okay.
and then. In the meanwhile, though, what type of group do you guys want to play? Because the examples they have are Slayer and Entourage, the Unexplained Cases team, The Order,
Like that one.
Road Tripping Hunter Family, and like there's a lot of different ideas there. It could just be like, I mean, Scooby Gang is a good one.
Yeah. Honestly, that kind of feels...
Yeah.
So
Well, it kind of feels like we have the expert, and we kind of... It sounds like maybe we sort of have a history of working on
Maybe
things.
I'm a
because
professor
we-
of occult studies.
Precisely, and then like you found
well,
me.
Why wasn't it all just tied together though?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm just
Yeah.
working on the timeline
So
of how it all kind of came together.
Okay, so Amy, how long have you been hunting?
I think probably several years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you have money?
Probably some. Like a
Enough to
decent-
hire someone to go steal something from a cult?
Well, I was about to say
That's who the bad
uh,
person is. That's
Oh,
one
that
of
was
my
the
history.
bad person? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but
that's how I like. Yeah.
there is actually one here that says they once helped you get a singular item that is now part of your haven. Tell them what it was.
See, it could be that that's why the sorcerer doesn't like me anymore, is because I ended up giving it to you instead.
Yeah.
And you were trying to steal it at the same time. So, okay, so let's say that.
Yeah.
Let's say you were trying
It's
to steal it
probably
at the
a
same
book.
time.
Or your family?
For sure.
Mhm.
Then, so you were trying to find it. I bumped into you in trying to scout the place or something like that. So we became sort of teamed up and decided to give it to you instead of the sorcerer because found out they were a bad guy. We ended up getting help from the inside with James's character, and
person falls through a roof, basically.
and exactly, something happens. Yeah. Oh my god. Yes. Falls through a roof or
They
like.
fall on a cultist who's about to stab her to death.
No, she's my backup.
Well, yeah. You guys are siblings, right?
Yeah.
Are you
so
guys
that
have
makes
siblings?
Do you want to do like full siblings, or do you want to do like half
Yeah.
siblings?
They would.
Yeah, we could. I mean,
That would be good.
this one here is
I kind of like the idea of saving you from a monster.
Yeah.
Because then that means a real introduction to monster stuff. Like that's maybe how I got pulled into it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit, monsters are real.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The first thing I came up with was, oh god, she ran through something and got stuck in a spider web.
Yeah. What if like your sibling called you for backup last minute? It was like, yeah, I need a ride. Can you show up here at this time, please? Now.
No, please. I need you to bring the flamethrower. No, not that one. And I no longer have a flamethrower because she blew it up.
Mid to late 20s.
Mid to late 20s.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always. There's another angle where you could do up the high drama of, like, Mom's dead. And I'm here. I'm here because I'm your long lost sister. Because Mom got around. And she had this scrapbook of weird conspiracy things. Like, here's a picture of her in a giant web. See, I look just like her.
I probably I maybe have something like that, but I don't think it would be like a long lost thing.
Alright.
It would kind of be like,
I'm just throwing it out.
yeah.
Maybe it's something that you've not shared with me.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden I'm like,
Ooh, they came to you for advice and your advice got them out of trouble. Ask them what the trouble was. Did you come for me for advice for something? And I was like, oh crap. I guess it's time to fill them in on some secrets.
So you've already done one, right?
For Krista. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. James, do your second one.
Well, I'm still on my first, actually.
What? Didn't you pick Krista for your first one?
Well, we started discussing that, and then
we shared everybody
then we
else's.
decided to go around the table first.
Yeah.
But I do kind of like that one. Like, they act as your conscience when the power goes to your head, and it goes to your head. Ask them about the last time this happened.
That totally. So I'm very much looking this at Charlene is very much like a mom. Like she's totally in like her late 40s, early 50s.
Okay.
And so just kind of like smacks you upside the back of the head. Like, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, stop! Perfect. Let's do
Yes.
it.
Okay. Fantastic. I love it. Okay. So then so I've got Duncan as he was there when I sort of figured all of this stuff out. Because I thought I was just stealing a thing, but then ended up finding out that no, this is actually real. Being a real thing. So I had that. And
I can see like disrupting a ritual or something like that, and start like shadows and tentacles, and we're just like, no.
And then I have Claire having saved my life. Mm-hmm. So the only one left would be Alice. Which I would say that this hunter knows about my criminal past.
You mean Allie?
Allie, sorry.
Yeah.
What about Alice?
Ooh, I think I have one for you as well.
All right. Do you got sibling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I just need one with James.
Yeah.
And I need one for you. The other way around.
Well, depending on how long we want this group to have been established, we want to have
Not terribly long.
like a few weeks, a few months.
You're still on your first season.
Okay, so
A few weeks.
okay.
Well, it could be a few months to a year, basically. You're on your
that's
first
true. Okay,
first
so a few
season.
months to a year. I was kind of thinking good friends. Recently, good friends. Like
Yeah, be collaborative.
that's the thing is I don't want to do rivals. I don't want to because
Yeah.
I don't want to play that right now, anyways. So
Well, are you guys like if you're like an early initiate into this cult? Are you thinking like younger?
I was probably thinking, probably like 20, 25 to 30. I was thinking.
So you
that's
guys
exactly the age range I was thinking for myself as well.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
good
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, she helps you kind of get back into being a regular late 20s.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
a bartender.
Yeah, exactly.
I ride a bike, a motorcycle.
that sounds good.
I'm an urban explorer.
Is someone my student, apprentice, ward, or child? I have a student. Do you want to be my student? I'm trying to teach you about like.
Okay, actually, I've got one that could work with that. An old rivalry has turned into a tight friendship. Tell them what you once fought over. So we could have maybe we matched wits at some point against each other, right? And then eventually after this whole thing, I'm just gonna fine, I need help. My magic doesn't work on everything.
Well, yeah, because I got one that's they came to you for advice and your advice got them out of trouble. Ask them what the trouble was.
There we go.
That's a good one. Okay.
So that'll work. Okay, so you're
James
my old rival. Okay, that sounds
okay.
Good. So it's,
this is actually pretty fun.
Yeah. I could imagine keep going on this thing.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays.
And so you just need. I think we're all good. You just need Claire.
Yeah, I just need Claire. Let's see. I've got.
So I'm taking good friends for you.
So yeah, good friends for me. So I've got. They're an on again, off again love interest.
Yes.
Ask them what keeps you apart. Tell them what keeps you together. So it may be completely unreciprocated, right?
It could be, yeah.
But he's kind of like,
maybe you don't say anything about it, but it kind of comes and
Were
goes
you in that
depending on what
cult
she
to learn
does.
how to make a love potion?
Exactly.
I'll make her love me. Tips Fedora.
Exactly.
oh, God.
Yeah, maybe
You
you're
lost your
a
fedora.
little enamored over the fact that she like wears a leather jacket and rides a motorcycle.
Yeah, because I could just see him as finding you as a fascinating character.
Oh,
right?
he's got his Starbucks girl crush on you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, that'll work.
I love
Okay.
it.
The Starbucks
Okay.
girl thing is real though.
Oh, I know.
It's
And maybe,
like,
like,
why?
And you can always,
What?
if this ever keeps going, you can play it up with like
you've had it
kind of
too.
making little kind of moves and
Starbucks
her
girl
going.
crush.
Yeah. Let me grab you a drink.
It's like, wow, I really like
Maybe
this.
you show up
Yeah,
at
has
her
it
workplace.
come out has it come out though?
Exactly. Yes.
Like I'm thinking my guy's one of those guys who's like, right, he's got too much confidence right now and he's trying to like rein it in
Yeah.
because I'm just like, damn it, I can bend the world, right? So like,
Is he the type of guy that shows up to her workplace
oh yeah,
and sits there and talks to her where she cannot get away?
Oh, I hate that.
I know,
That
right?
happened to me before. It's awful.
Probably
yeah,
at first.
probably at least at first.
There's a bar.
And then you finally get a clue.
Until you like put him in his place, and then he would be like, how process this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait.
Maybe,
no?
maybe it hasn't gotten to the point of a smackdown yet.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, okay.
It's just been Charlene smacking you up against the back of the head.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Get your act together.
So, okay, so I actually need one for you because you got one for me, the sibling. I could have saved your life in a tight spot. Maybe you went after something that I was like, shit, you're not prepared for this.
Wait, okay, are you a professor?
I think either like a grad student or like something of occult studies who is like, so,
Okay.
you know.
Could you have been kicked out of university and you don't drive, like, you said you got like a haven or something like
Yeah, I
that?
got Haven, so it's probably in her house.
Or it could be at the university itself.
So
It could be
Or it
university.
could be in an RV that's overly stuffed with books.
Not quite. I don't think that.
But it could be our mystery machine.
'Cause I have an armory and a lore library and a workshop, so I think it's a physical
big
location.
RV.
So how old do you want to be?
Probably
Just stuff it all in
Late.
there.
20s, like 30.
Can you imagine
Okay,
just
so
like
you wanna be,
this
like,
is like
30
this
and
is
I'll be, like,
peeling out and like half like
20.
rolling this thing with like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
scrolls like falling
Okay.
out the windows as we're like
Say- I'm
driving
gonna
away
say
from the.
26.
That was already done in Grimm.
Is it? Oh, okay.
You're way
Okay.
behind on your supernatural TV shows.
You know, it's totally our house.
I didn't like
it's probably
Grimm.
like our parents' house that we inherited. or
Because
something.
like Grimm was
Oh,
very
see,
much
I watched
that.
the
first
garage,
season, I
the
was like,
shed,
this
the
is
back shed is my
awful.
workshop
I
laboratory.
don't think I
It
even
was
Lore
better
library.
than parts of
Or,
Lost
like the
Girl.
garage, mom
The
was
garage.
like,
I don't know what that is.
yeah, if you clean it up, you can use
Canadian
Yeah,
supernatural
it. And so like
drama
you
about
cleaned it all
fake
up, and
creatures.
you've got shelves
Oh.
up, and you've
It's
got
okay.
all like
It's
mom's
like
crap on one
hella
side.
sexual, hella
Then you've got
gay.
your own shelves
So
and
like that's
workbench
kind of
together.
fun, but
Yeah.
like there's a
Maybe-
lot of bi curiosity in it.
Siblings,
Fair.
like, so maybe share the
Because they're
bond.
like,
Yeah.
I'm Faye and I can make
And,
anyone
I
want
mean,
to sleep with me.
Mom was kind of weird.
If your dad died,
It's like,
then you fucked up,
But can you make
Could be,
anybody
yeah.
act?
right?
No?
So maybe it's
Okay.
just single mom right
Oh,
now.
Canadian TV drama. You know, it
Yeah.
wasn't
She's
that
still
bad.
alive?
And,
But,
yeah, it's, you know what I said.
It had the
it's
reluctant
not
friendly
that old.
werewolf
Okay.
character.
So we're just not telling her what
Friendly
we're getting
werewolf
up
boyfriend?
to.
No,
I
and she's
love
just
it.
like, oh,
Yeah,
it's
you know how
just-
that is.
It's a
Yep.
phase, right?
He's just a
It's like
phase.
in
That's
D&D.
why it's all based on these TV
You're in
shows,
the
right?
UK
So
one, right?
that's why you're using
Yeah, I didn't watch the
Dad's
American one.
workbench.
American one, the only good part about it was that
Oh yeah,
Mark,
what sort of, where are we? Is
Pellegrino
this like a small
was in
town
it.
or like suburbs or like?
Oh yeah, that's what
The
we
guy
gotta
that
figure
played
out.
Lucifer.
Because I'm kind of imagining like,
Oh, I
say
love him.
He's great.
Small
good.
town,
So you know the evil
but
cop in being
not
Yeah.
like small
The
town
vampire
along the lines of like
yeah, that's who he
Victoria,
played.
yeah,
Yeah.
but maybe
like
like,
not
so
really
perfect.
small and tinky, and but
Mhm.
not Vancouver.
mhm.
Yeah.
Wait, so let's talk about settings. So I
Yeah,
need to be
yeah.
involved in this one.
Sorry, we
Uh,
were kind of.
So
Who's
we
picking what
East
sort of
Coast,
house
West
we have?
Coast.
I don't care.
Pick East Coast, West Coast.
East Coast.
East
Sure,
Coast it
different.
is.
East Coast.
All right. East Coast means we can go back in time way further. So, what town is it? Are you guys a single location or are you travelers?
We might
Location.
travel, but I think we've probably got a location.
Got a set
Mhm.
location? All right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, my character definitely does.
So let's see. So there is. So it's around a university.
Mm.
I'm guessing
By our
College
mom's
or
house.
something?
College. Yeah.
by a college or university.
Within
Okay.
a couple hours of.
So we've decided that our mom is the shared parent,
Okay.
and that neither of the dads are in the picture.
Yeah,
maybe
who knows what
one's
happened
died, one's fucked off, something.
Yeah.
But we have a single mom, and Amy's area is the garage that she had to
The
clean
garage.
up. And she's got the old workbench with all her occult stuff inside. Oh, it's just a phase. It's to do with all those stupid TV shows.
Yeah,
right?
it's totally a prop.
Yeah.
At first, she thought you were just like a hoarder.
Yeah.
She's a collector, right?
She's a hoarder
But
herself.
you've kept it neat and
Yeah.
tidy, and that's all that matters.
And, regular
There's no
work
rats in the
hours for the
garage.
day. And not, hammering and smashing things at the middle of the night most of the time.
Is there like a little suite? Is there like a little suite over the garage you live in?
This is the garage.
Just in the garage.
Yeah.
It's in the garage.
I love it.
Okay.
Kind of like the Rick and Morty garage.
Maybe? Oh.
It's one of those
Amy
ones
doesn't
that's
watch Rick and Morty.
No, but it's just one of those ones that's connected to the house by a door. It's literally a carport style garage.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so as far as universities are concerned in local areas, there's Boston's an easy one. There's Pennsylvania. There are fake ones.
I mean, it could be a college.
It does,
Yeah.
Well, sort of the, I think
guess
the
what?
Boston
In the States,
area.
they're the same thing.
I know,
Yeah.
but I think it's just a smaller.
Yeah, so we're
The
Biscuit
Boston,
talk.
I think, is probably
Yeah, so that was
Yeah.
where it's that,
was
like,
gonna
small
come out and
garage.
say.
Okay.
because we were kind of thinking that maybe, or at least I was, and that something maybe kind of along the size of Victoria, so not huge, but not so small that you've got no option, and literally every single person there knows you.
Yeah,
Cool.
I agree.
So kind of the middle ground of you can have some strangers, you can have some areas
All
you're not familiar
right,
with.
so I'm just gonna throw some out here. Braden, Dumbarton, Merton, Swindon, Springfield always. Saker Keep.
I like Swindon.
Swindon, hold on. I'm going to look up place name generator.
The swing.
They're always fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Hazel Spell.
Hazel spell?
Slywatch,
Oh.
Scorchmire, Dragonport. Oakenford. Oh, these are
I
all.
kind of like Scorchmire.
Yeah.
Like, who would name their place that? That sounds like some
That
sort of
sounds
supernatural.
dumb.
It really does.
Yep.
I love it.
Or Castle. That's Fair Hollow. These are stupid.
Oh, that's like is it like a fan? It's like
Yeah.
a fantasy genre. Yeah.
Well, there's only so many generators out there. Clear Hill. Hold on. I'll figure this out. Someone in the chat post a name.
Oh, Merchant. I liked Merchant.
Ugh.
James, what were you playing? What was your thing?
Not to tell you you're wrong, but you're wrong.
I am playing Duncan Westmore, the
Okay, data set United States. Count 50. And go.
the
Fontel, Williams Bay,
Sorcerer?
Delavan Lake,
Yeah.
Franklin Furnace,
Spellslinger? What was it?
Yeah, I'm just
Blair's, Golden Triangle, Elroy,
Yes.
Alburn Lake Trail, Adair Village, Topaz, Silver Ridge, Harrington Park, Wowzeka, Busey, Ferry, Toetterville, Abbeville, Handfast, Redmond, West Mansfield, Worley, Southern Gateway, Boulder City. Oh, that's a real
I
place.
like West Mansfield.
West Mansfield. It's adjacent to West Womansfield. Bluebell. We're not doing Bluebell. Mercedes Trinity Center. Farrell. Kelso. Del River. Collingswood. Rollingswood. Woodingswood. Lauderdale by the Sea.
Cute.
Lauderdale?
Birdseye.
I like that.
Taylor Lake.
Taylor
Pleasantville.
Lake? No.
Annapolis.
I kind of like the idea of a lake. That would be kind of...
Union
Taylor
Springs.
Lake?
Yo, what was
Was
the
that it?
lake you said?
I mean,
It was
anything could be a lake.
it was
But
like
it's Taylor Lake.
Taylor Lake.
I like that.
There's also Crocker. Now think like colonial, all right? Because like this is if this is on the East Coast, god damn it, we're in New England.
Yeah.
We're okay. Here's the deal.
Okay, New England.
Now here's the
okay.
deal. I can speak any American accent that exists,
I
but
can't.
y'all can't.
No.
And if we're basically going south of New Jersey, there's going to be a progressively drawlier kind of accent going on that I can do, but I don't think you can do it.
The more I can hear it, the better I can
Yeah.
start falling into it.
I mean, because there are many types of accent. Like this is basically like the native accent where I grew up. Is kind of having like this type of voice with it. So it's pretty easy for me.
Yeah, you really sound like your Uncle Gary.
Oh yeah! Woo!
Damn it, Janet!
Damn it, Janet! So we got. So however, if we are speaking in affected New England, something different. Might I suggest Big River? Actually, Big River is totally a West Coast type.
Yeah.
Winterstown. Brookmont.
You can almost hear your jaw going out.
Brookmont. Fort Rucker.
Night Vale.
You sound like you should be working in a suit store that is too expensive for.
I guarantee it. You're gonna like the way you look. So hold on. Town name generator. New. Knee England.
Knee England. What?
New England.
Welcome
Oh
to
wait.
Knee England.
All right. Give me a British colonial North American town generator. Oh, sweet. All right, let's do it. These suck. Farmere.
Yorkvale.
York.
Your York.
Port Hampton.
We'd never get.
Manshire.
Okay, we've
I think
broken
we've
Krista.
broken-
Uh-oh.
Manshire?
Krista, you're turning red.
Eastridge. Pickstone. You know what? It's kind of funny because they tell me to hold the game in hand fast. But Kingsfield.
Kingsfield?
Kingsfield.
Oh, that's a good one.
Kingsfield?
Yeah.
Kingsfield? Christine?
What?
You okay?
Kingsfield. Yeah, okay.
Like
Hey, at least it's not me. Could be me.
Are you?
It's okay, I'm just gonna be randomly bursting out of laughter for the rest of the night
What?
just because I'm thinking York.
How about it's raining men in Manshire?
Waterdover. Rugdale.
No.
That
No.
sounds weird.
Killinglow.
There you go. Killingdale.
Killinglow.
No.
They kill them high, we kill them low.
Like
Beavergrave. I shit you not. Beavergrave.
What's so
Is this a real place?
No, this is a
Okay,
generator. I mean, like,
It
Ottawa.
could be, but
Olney, Bainson, Deadburn, Colston, Middlecouche,
okay.
Or eat cookies.
Broadwall,
Cookies.
Lowerberry,
Mm-hmm.
Tamwick, Watercolin, Abhurst,
What was that last one?
Watercolin.
What?
It wasn't Watercolin, it was damn close though.
That's what I heard.
Ekman, Arlingvo, Mancalocolos, Naruto. It was Naruto, is how it was actually spelled, but it was
No.
Naruto.
Fish cake.
Fish Cake, Ridgeminster, Rockingwell. How are you? I'm Rockingwell. You know there are bowls in there, right?
City of rock and roll.
Hands
I
are
didn't
full.
see them.
There was
I only wanted a few.
There's a cupboard where they've always been.
Hardware.
Hmm?
In
Hardware?
cupboard where
The
they've always
hardware
been.
store.
What about Hartmail?
Honestly, I'm just reading things. Rivershire, Yorkshire,
I feel like we should just pick one and go.
Yeah.
Yorkshire?
Warcaster,
Yorkshire, New England.
Ringworth,
Yorkshire. There you go. New Yorkshire.
Bowrose,
Um.
Colesby, Bill Colesby, Enstone, Cliff Hill, Ellingsforth, Fairmere. Come on, like somebody pick one.
I picked like 4.
Yeah.
And you
You've
just
been
kept
going with
reading.
them.
You just kept going.
Nobody told me to stop.
Then stop.
All right, so we're going with Birmingspoon. What?
I liked West Mansfield.
West Manfield it is. Because nobody goes to East Mansfield.
Exactly. That's the wrong
That's where the
side of
monsters hunt
track.
you.
Exactly.
Is that the only other side of the tracks?
Exactly.
I might truck with demons, but even I have standards.
It's like East and West Kansas City, to be honest.
There you
It's
go.
like nobody goes to East Kansas City. Once you're actually in Kansas City, it's been pretty gentrified. But like back in like the 90s, it was like, nope. Do you like your car?
You'll love your car on blocks.
No, it won't even make it to the blocks. So let's jack it in the middle of traffic.
Oh my.
Did you have a last name?
I hadn't actually picked one. What did you go with?
I went with Jones, but we have two
Yeah,
different
we
You
dads.
could keep up with the
so-
Joneses. Jones and Smith.
I mean,
You
that
don't
could be
have
our
to have
mom's
one. I
name.
just was gonna write it down if you did.
So we could both be Joneses.
I
We
don't
could both
currently
be
have one.
Joneses.
Decided dad screwed mom over, so we just took her name.
There you go.
I'm gonna hyphenate.
Oh, so what did we go with for the name of the
You
town?
could
It was
be
East.
Dr.
I thought we were.
Jones.
didn't
West
we-
Mansfield.
What was the other really good one? It was West,
Kingsfield?
Yeah, like Kingsfield too. West Mansfield.
Well, let's just put a bunch of these in the same area.
Man's what?
Mansfield.
West Mansfield, and then was it Kingsford? It can be nearby.
It was Kingsfield, but it was Kingsford also works.
Kingsford. Let's keep that as a neighboring town.
Versus.
Exactly.
the Kingsford Knights, that's their
Obviously.
basketball team. And the West Mansfield...
Bulls.
Mm,
Because it's a field and there's bulls in it.
no, I think we could go a little more West Mansfield Colts.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, no! The Pilgrims.
Oh my god.
Aw.
The Pilgrims versus the Knights. That's so good. They get the... I thought you were going for a high five. I was like, here you go.
Well, you know what's really disturbing with that one? Is when they use that surname, because generally team names are meant to be scary. That's why it's generally a big predatory animal. The Pilgrims.
Yeah.
So if you...
Well, the worst murders of the lot.
You've never seen Better Off Ted, but there's a great one where it's like, yeah, I went to school in Barbados. Oh, where our team name, because team names are supposed to be scary, so our team name was the Syphilitic Conquistadors.
Yep.
Go Syphilitic Conquistadors.
I love Better Off Ted.
Better Off Ted.
So sad it didn't get more
good.
It
seasons.
still got
I
3
know.
seasons though. That was
needs
or
more,
2.
though.
You got 2.
Oh, I needed a 3rd.
I
Yeah.
really needed more.
You know what
So
it needs
good.
to be? Is it still on Netflix?
No.
God damn it!
I have it on DVD.
Netflix has gotten weird recently.
Yeah.
Like
It's
they're
because of all the new streaming services, all
Unless it's been
all the
taken
deals
down,
and
yeah.
stuff are being wonked.
Yeah. Anyway, so I think we're about good to go. So
Yeah.
we're just gonna kind of wing this as we go along. We're gonna run game for probably about 2 hours, 2-ish, and we'll see if we can start that off.
What possible trouble could we get into?
None at all.
Okay, let me just queue up some
Did you say Naruto?
Naruto.
Naruto, the Naruto ninjas.
Why would you respond like that?
Naruto! Sasuke! Sam!
Robin!
No, the new one's Jack.
What?
Jack is what they yell all the time.
Oh, because they needed another 3rd brother?
Yeah.
They have another brother?
He's not really a brother. He's
Okay, good.
Lucifer's son. Like, actually.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
He's cute.
Is he?
He's this poor little lost puppy. Because he's, like, born, and then because he's a friggin' literal son of the devil, like, ages immediately, and then is, like, a young adult. But then they, like, take him under their wing of, like, sort of nature versus nurture. But he kind of becomes the 3rd Winchester brother.
Mm-hmm.
You mean Castiel?
No, he's the brother-in-law.
Oh, he's the bait.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's so much to talk about there. I almost accidentally put on luchador music for this is a way different game. Welcome to Mexico, Mexican wrestling monster fighting.
Yes.
I don't think we could pull that off.
I can
Lucha Libre, but with monsters.
There.
Let's do
Yeah, that could definitely happen.
it.
All right. So let's see.
Well, if this is over East Coast, that means it's probably an old enough city that's got some interesting stuff to urban explore.
That's the point, right?
I was just reading
Do
an
you,
article on it.
do you want me to use the...
Some of them climb.
Yeah, you know what? Okay.
So where do we
And
go?
what does everybody do for a living again? So you're a student, you're a bartender,
Retired?
so independently wealthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's still trying to figure that out.
Unemployed.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm probably doing something like in antiquities for the moment, but mostly probably like finding like little magical items like that.
Which I bet a
trinkets
lot of
and
people
selling
find
them.
a little odd considering you're only like 25, 26.
Yeah. No, like I don't think he knows where he fits.
He does a lot of thrifting.
Well,
Exactly. Antiquing.
Yeah, we're good friends with that one.
Yeah.
Probably.
You hear about things like
Another
they go grab
sacred
that.
dagger!
Are
Oh my
are
god.
you always floating around from job to job?
only if I'm miscast.
What?
It's the floating.
Side effects of magic.
Yeah, okay. What's your charm at?
My charm is at +1, I believe. So yeah, I'm decent there. I am charm +1, cool 0, sharp +1, tough -1, and +2 weird.
Okay.
I got +2 charm.
Yeah.
I don't
let's see.
understand.
I've noticed.
I've got -1 cool.
1 cool, 1 sharp, 0 tough, -1 weird.
Same.
All right. So I know exactly how to do this. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna pop something on and then we're gonna start.
Since we've been together a bit, should we know our moves?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So, I've got the oops. If you want to stumble across something important, tell the keeper. You'll find something important and useful, though not necessarily related to your immediate problems. Power of the heart. So when fighting a monster, if I help someone, don't roll cool, you automatically act as if you rolled 10.
Right.
And what could go wrong? Whenever you charge into immediate danger without hedging your bets, hold 2. You may spend your hold to inflict +1 harm, or reduce someone's harm by 1. Take +2 forward on an act under pressure roll.
Nice.
Neat.
Amy?
So I'm not exactly sure what that does, the hold 2, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, I think it'll be useful. So I've read about this sort of thing where I roll my sharp instead of my cool when I'm acting under pressure.
Nice.
And then I've got preparedness. When you need something unusual or rare, I roll my sharp, and on a 10 plus I have it right here and now. On 7 and 9 I have it, but it's not here. It will take some time to get it. And on a miss, you know where it is, but it is somewhere real bad. And then I have a haven, which has my lore library, which lets me take +1 forward to investigate the mystery, as long as historical or reference works are appropriate. An armory, which is a stockpile of mystical and rare monster-killing weapons and items. If you need a special weapon, I roll my weird, and on a 10 plus I have it, and plenty of it, and plenty if that matters. 7 and 9 I have it, but only the minimum, and on a miss I've got the wrong thing. And then in my workshop, which is space for building and repairing.
All these things?
Yeah, so you pick 3 of the things for the haven.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, workshop. So you have space for building and repairing guns, cars, and other gadgets. Work out with the keeper how long any repair or construction will take, and if you need extra supplies or help.
Okay.
So
Wicked.
So I have as a spell slinger I come with combat magic.
Nice.
Which basically gives me some instead of when I kick some ass I roll plus weird instead of tough. And I can create blasts and walls of fire using that. But also I have used magic, which basically lets me because I got good rolls on that, so I can do all sorts of little magic, everything from trapping people, summoning monsters. I'm particularly good at hurting people with it. Doing things beyond human limitations, bar a place or portal to a specific person or type of creature, trap a specific person, minion, or monster, banish spirits, summon monsters, communicating with things that I do not share a language with, curing disease, neutralizing poisons. Nice. It goes on and on. But I can also side effects can vary.
Yeah.
I think it'll be more entertaining just to see that play out.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Cool. That's your things?
That's pretty much my things. Yeah, it's all basically derivatives of that magic.
Okay.
Cool. Like I said, I've got the Friends of the Forest and Home Ground, so those are my moves. My ability for being a grifter is that if I'm trying to manipulate someone, I can ask the keeper, what will convince this person to do what I want? The keeper must answer honestly, but not necessarily completely.
That's true, and I will lie to you.
Yeah. You're not allowed to lie to me, you're just allowed to leave things out.
Lie by omission, gotcha.
Exactly. You can lie by omission.
Alright, I probably won't. Alright. So, why don't we go ahead? It is, it's 8:30 right now, so let's go ahead and start Monster of the Week. So I'm going to start this off with a cold open, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
The brook babbles through the center of Handfast. The old buildings have withstood time with admirable tenacity. And the young man with bright red pepperoni pimples adorning his pale white face, wearing a tri-corner hat. And that is how we make ye olde butter. Ladies and gentlefolk, if you would please follow me onward, I will show ye to our old cattle farms where you can see the steers that were raised in yesteryears. He waves his hand, and a group of bored high schoolers and a couple of teachers will trail along behind. They make some sarcastic remarks under their breath. Odds are one of them went to school with this guy 2 years ago before he graduated, and he's still there. As they're walking through, it's the was the middle of summer. Wait, when do people graduate?
Graduated at the start or something?
No, not in the East Coast.
This could be late May.
It cannot.
I was trying to think of that.
Yeah, they fucked me over with this one.
Oh.
So in that case, it's not high schoolers. It's a bunch.
Camp?
Basically, you have a summer camp with a bunch of younger children, tagging along behind, joking, shoving, pushing, swearing under their breath about how fucking bored they are, thinking that it sounds way cooler than it actually is. This is shit. So as you can see over here, the historic town of Hansfast has managed to be a bastion of liberty and New World ingenuity since its founding in 1619. Now, if you will come over here, I can show you the goats. Hansfast is famous for its traditional 1600s goat cheese, which managed to sustain our hardy settlers throughout many a terrifying and disturbing winter. Yes, we have a question over there. Yeah, I thought you just said that this actually had been a very reasonable kind of a good settlement. Yes, well, and he reaches down and checks a few index cards in his pocket. Winter severity may have varied from year to year. Now, with that in mind, the goats over here, you can see the bearded one. His name is Jebediah. And as he rounds the corner, a girl's scream rings out. And as the camera pans back, you can see that it's coming out of a 12-year-old boy who hasn't quite hit the low notes yet. He screams, and in the bush next to the main trail leading through this ridiculous throwback village, you can see that there is a bloodied man laying in the shrubs. The man in the pilgrim outfit reaches into his tunic and jacket and pulls out a small walkie-talkie. We've got another one. And we're going to cut into game after a cold open.
Another one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cue. Opening credits.
Oh dear.
Or something.
All right, so we're going to jump right into the action. So
I feel like if we ever end up running this game regularly, that's how we have to start every episode.
cold opens?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put more effort into the mix now.
That was good.
That was good. I like
Funny.
that.
I mean, that totally caught all the feel of those silly little frontier town historical.
Dude, guess what? I grew up on the East Coast. I've been to those. It's ridiculous.
I can
I
just
grew up
imagine
on the
that.
West Coast. Believe
Yeah.
me, I've been
My
to
sister
those.
worked at one.
I learned how to churn butter. It was awful.
I mean, Barkersville is just up the road. So
Yeah.
essentially.
All right.
Panning for gold and Barker.
Now,
Yep.
Here's what's reenactment.
Now, West Mansfield is one of the first settlements inside of this part of New England that shall not be named. It's not quite Maine, it's not quite New York, so it's somewhere in there.
Some people say one, some people say another.
Yeah, it just depends on really how it works. On all 5 state lines, simultaneously. All right. Now, nearby was the town of Handfast. Handfast was a colonial town that survived basically everything that nature threw at it. Unlike West Mansfield, where people had to actually do work, actually had to put in effort, the sweat of their brow, the people in Handfast actually had it pretty well. Whenever a natural disaster hit, a flood, it bypassed Handfast. Whenever winter took out crops, they managed to, harvest just in time, and their silos held up under the weight of the snow. Well, that seems to have changed recently, because right now it is June 30th. And Handfast has had a flood, a tornado, and a heat wave. It is pushing 110 degrees during the day in Hands Fast right now. Now, normally, I'm using Fahrenheit because I can.
Yep.
Normally, this time of year, it's a nice, balmy 95, 98, somewhere in there. But Hands Fast is under strange weather conditions.
In Canadian, please.
No.
Yep.
Basically, over 100 is not good.
Yeah.
So what? It was 110. You said
Ugh.
43.
Oh my god!
Oh, my.
I've been in 104, and that's disgusting.
It was 120 when I was.
I actually passed out. I had heat stroke at 104.
I think we hit around.
When we were down there.
Yeah, because it was.
It wasn't that bad though. You gotta admit, like comparatively.
It was about 40. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just you.
But it was a weird heat. But it was like, oh my god. I can't
Being in the
get
Midwest is like
stronger.
being on Mars, where you go from one air-conditioned, climate-controlled vehicle to another. Like everywhere has air conditioning. Your house has air conditioning. Like you just do. It is what it is.
It was very difficult to dress for the weather.
Yeah, because you're cold
Because it was
inside.
actually a little cold inside, so you wanted to wear pants.
Yeah.
But you
You
don't
had
want
to change before you left. Then you were sweat soaked.
So it's actually been a pretty busy week for most of you, to be honest. You've had a lot of people coming in and drinking more than usual. And you have heard through your contacts, I'm just going to jump right into this, that there have been quite a few assaults happening. The weather's been driving people nuts. In fact, in the past week, there's been an assault every single night for the past 4 nights. And it's the same every time. The victim wakes up the next day, having been beaten up, and whoever's doing this, maybe there's some type of ritual significance. You figure they leave a large cut on the arm, quite deep. And there's quite a lot of blood on the scene, but besides that, no one's died yet. This mugger doesn't seem very interested in their materials, but materials are something that have been damaged throughout other events. In fact, someone has come to you specifically because you work at the university.
Yeah, kind
And
of.
what's your field?
Occult studies.
Cool. So you actually are probably do a lot of repairs and bookbindings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So people have been coming because the local library actually has requested help from the local college at I guess that's the Kingsford College. You work in Kingsford.
Can I jump on these guys, or should I grab
Yeah, I don't
everything? Okay.
Do you need more?
Ugh.
So Kingsford College is where you work, and a couple of older tomes that were held by the library were damaged. They're not exactly sure what happened, but they came in one morning and the entire library had been tossed.
Ooh.
Books everywhere, even in locked, restricted areas. It was almost like an earthquake hit the place. Or
Something.
one of them jokingly says, like a poltergeist. You ever seen that movie?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one.
And then, so you don't work, right?
Yeah.
Give me something to work with, bud.
Okay.
Are you at the bar?
Probably not right now. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm probably like,
Are you antiquing, like going through all the different shops and stuff, looking for things?
I think so. Or like, actually, you know what? No, let's be more degrading. He's gonna work at a pawn shop, I think, for right now.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, well, Charlene totally would have gotten a job there.
With the
Yeah.
pawn shop?
Yeah,
I bet you it's one of those ones that shifts stolen stuff. Right?
exactly.
That's why
Yeah.
she knows him.
And so she's calling in a favor to
And
get
it's like
him a
the
job.
one place that doesn't have air conditioning.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So it's like swelteringly hot.
So the big thing
Yeah.
that you've noticed this week is that people keep bringing in old appliances. Like toasters, microwaves, like all sorts of just anything they can carry in. And it's the same story. Look, I don't know what's going on. Look, it just broke. But I mean, there's components in there, right? There's parts that are good. You can salvage that. A couple bucks at this, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Constant. people bringing in stuff, people trying to pass it off as, oh yeah, it works just fine. And you're like, what's that smell? It's not burning wires.
There's a fork stuck in this one. What?
Yeah, free fork.
I'm not paying for a charred fork.
Think of how strong that must be if that chars a fork. All right. So we're going to start in media res. So you all have realized that something strange is happening in Hansfast, the little colonial village just to the east of West Mansfield. Okay. So you all meet up at the what time of day?
Late afternoon?
Late afternoon, early evening, just when the heat starts breaking down.
We meet
Before the bar is open.
at the bar. Sure. We meet at the bar.
Sure, yeah, that sounds like a
Okay.
place.
Yeah.
So is
I'm
this
not working tonight, maybe.
is this a day bar or is this an all day bar or just a night bar?
I'd say this is a evening.
So it's a college bar.
Yeah, it's probably not open during the day. It probably opens late.
Or it's open, but
afternoon.
it's dead.
Or it's a proper roadhouse.
I mean, if we talk about stuff here occasionally,
I'm saying.
Actually, you know what?
Late afternoon.
probably not that busy.
Why don't we say it's the Crown Tavern?
Sure.
Okay, so that's Crown with an E. Now, the fun thing about this area is there's actually 4 settlements. At least there were historically in this area. There was West Mansfield, which of course was to the west. There was kind of to the southeast was where Mansfield, or pardon me, Hansfast is now. Kingsford is directly south. And over to the direct east of West Mansfield. Well, it should technically just be called Mansfield now because there was an East Mansfield back in the day. It doesn't exist anymore. People say Indian raids. People say epidemics, flus. There's old little ghost stories, kind of a Roanoke type of situation up there.
Yeah.
But now it's just an empty swath of land with overgrown detritus and all of that stuff. But the crossroads sign is still there. It's historic. The crossroads that run between the town. And right there, the only memory of that entire area and the only building that's managed to stand up on that corner is the Crown Tavern, which has existed in perpetuity for almost 79 years.
I was thinking, why don't we do it or one of those ones where it's open during the day, but the bar isn't open? So like they can do like wine and beer,
Yeah.
but nothing else is available until the evening when the bar opens.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that way I don't have to be there during the day for work
Cool.
necessarily.
That sounds good. So the person who owns your pub is a guy named Eli Holbeck.
Okay.
Cool. The place actually has been around longer. It's just been rebuilt.
Yeah. It probably burned down a couple times. Any wood building does eventually.
Eli is Eli's.
What? They do.
Yep. Invited me.
Eli's actually pretty young. He's about your age.
Okay.
So how he became the owner of this place, it was a family
Inheritance?
yeah, basically. But he actually decided to work it. He's a pretty nice guy, handsome enough that you might want to flirt with him. So you're
Do it in front of
Yeah, exactly.
you're sitting around the center table,
Duncan.
or you're sitting around the table at the back of the Crown Tavern, and what are you talking about?
Something's weird going. Weird's going on.
I will come back
Blood
with
flats.
The
around.
entire town is stir crazy.
I'll come back from the bar, like I'll have gone back to get our drinks or whatever, and I'll just have gotten like, I don't know, a round of the cheapest beer or something. Like I don't have money for this shit, guys. Bring it out myself.
Pull out cash.
My student salary? Yeah, no, we're not rolling in it here.
Thanks, Shirley.
What's going crazy in town? Because I know there's a few things going on, but
I'm not sure if there's something wrong with the power grid or something like that. People keep bringing in these old appliances, like the chrome dome style, like toasters and things like that. And there's just no end of it. It's just, I I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm slowly going stir crazy.
I don't really blame you for that.
There's got to be something better than that. There's got to be something better than the punch. I mean, I appreciate it. I really appreciate it, but
just stick with it for a little while. You get used to it, and I mean, like, if it's going crazy, like that's nothing. There has been an assault every night for the past 4 nights. Like, people are starting to get worried.
an assault.
Yeah.
Not so worried that they don't come to the bar.
Well, you gotta drink your problems away. What else are you gonna do? There's air conditioning
We
here.
normally have this many here.
Oh, and the air conditioning feels
It's
so
not
good.
too bad now, but it's gonna fill up in a few.
Still so hot.
You think that high of yourself?
I will flick some ice cubes at him.
There you go.
Yeah, just drop it down the back of your shirt, you'll be fine. There's been weird stuff happening at the university
That
too.
actually sounds good.
Like, someone pretty much tossed the whole library, like especially the older collections.
Toss the library.
Yeah, like everything completely just upended. Looked like someone rooted through the whole thing and just chucked everything all over the place. I've been
And of
working
course
on
it's not a
restoring some of the
security
older
cameras in there.
pieces.
What pieces?
Well, I can tell you the only reason that anyone would toss a library is to find something strange.
Well, I figured that was a given, but
Yes.
who was going after the library? Especially that collection. It's not exactly the most interesting.
I mean,
Is it still messed up? Maybe we can
You're
go
still
like
working on it.
maybe we can go look at the residence or something like
Ah,
that.
son of a bitch! You'll hear from over by the kitchen.
Is that Eli?
Actually, it's the cook, Gerald. He holds up his hand through the view window that you can see into the kitchen behind the bar. You can see that his finger's bleeding rather profusely.
I will go help.
God damn, son of a bitch, blunt-ass knives! And he's gonna throw a knife to the floor, and it's gonna clatter loudly on the ground. You can see that he's gonna need stitches for that. Ah,
I will
jeez.
grab a rag and tie it tight and be like, okay, we're gonna have to get you in.
Jesus.
God damn it.
I can make it. There's a clinic just a couple blocks out.
Are
Fucking.
you sure?
Yeah.
I'll wave one of the other staff over.
Eli will rush in. Hey, what's going on? Your damn knives are blunt, man! You're supposed to get these sharpened. It's an OSHA hazard. We did, just like 2 days ago. What the hell?
I'll pick up the knife.
It's like you couldn't cut butter with that if it was hot.
I don't know how the hell you managed to cut yourself with this. This thing's like not even
That's
at all.
skipped up. Alright.
So.
Okay, I guess I'll take over. Can you work?
Yeah.
Look, just the lunch rush. No?
Okay.
Wait, hold on. How much have you already worked this week?
It's been real busy, dude.
Have you hit 40?
Like 2 days ago.
Yeah, enjoy your lunch, okay?
Alright, so at least get this.
No, I can't afford to pay you. I can't afford to pay you double.
Okay.
Look, I appreciate it. That's great. I'll just take over. Can you, on your way, can you just tell Jenny that I need her to take over my tables?
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll go out and find Jenny.
Sorry, Gerald. Yeah, well, get some better fucking equipment. Gerald will storm out.
Typical snotty cook.
Yeah,
Pretty
basically.
unlucky, huh? Mighty unlucky.
What are you all eating and drinking?
Drinking beer.
Beer?
Drinking beer and water.
Yeah, so I'll be drinking
Coffee?
Yeah.
How do you take it?
Oh, coffee?
Yeah, you're probably lightweight. You probably do cream and sugar. And like,
Ooh.
Cream with a little bit of coffee.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
sounds good.
cool.
I will drink
Latte.
my black coffee and just judge.
So,
I like toast.
Jenny, a beraggled waitress with who's basically shaped like a feather duster.
Okay.
Giant hips and ass and very tapered top. Will kind of dance between the tables. We'll set down your coffee and the saucer, the little pitcher of cream with it as well.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I can do for y'all?
No, we're good.
No,
Thanks.
You good?
Don't worry about it. Just Sorry, I've already worked 40.
Yay! I know. I've already worked 40 too. Hey, you know what? If he doesn't need to know until after payday, or until payday comes. Anyway, if you need anything else, just holler. Okay, Can you just wave me down if you need anything? I don't have time to look.
No worries.
Thank you. And she'll get back to work.
I'll call after. I'll just grab my own silverware. Don't worry about it. I know where it is.
Thank you, hon. As you go to mix your coffee, the cream will come out in chunks.
We just got an order in. What the?
Did your refrigerator die?
Maybe it just can't take the heat.
Also unlucky.
Okay, at this point,
I don't think this is a luck thing.
I think I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna check something.
Or maybe the appliances are getting mad at you for not accepting them.
People's appliances blowing, unlucky.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm gonna go check.
Dull knives, unlucky. Bad cream.
The appliances.
I'm gonna. Can I take a measure of measure of like the resonance in the area? Like just kind of try to like mutter a few arcane words.
Is that a use magic?
No, it's probably gonna be an investigate a mystery. I'm basically like just how he approaches things.
Sure. Is that something that your character could do?
Well, that's a basic move. Investigate a mystery.
No, but like use magic to do it. Is that something that you think he would be able to do?
Yeah, actually, I can just use magic too.
No, you can. Either way, it's thematic. I don't care.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to investigate a mystery. I'm still doing it with Sharp, so I'm basically going to be doing just the standard one. I think it's just his kind of like approach to it. If that works for you.
Well, there's no system for resonance, so...
there is, like, observe another place or time.
Yep, there is that as well. That actually is something that can come up in this plot.
Can you sense if there is other magic being used? Like, would that be something you
Yeah, you know what? I think that could be good. So, why don't you go ahead and make me an investigate a mystery roll?
Yeah.
Why don't you investigate a mystery?
Okay.
And so that's your Sharp.
Yep, that's it. Oh, yeah, plus 1 on this. That's going to be 6.
All right, so 6. Holy crap. So that's a bad. Let's find out what that happens.
Whenever we roll a 6 or less, is that when we...
That's when you fail.
Is that... But it says mark
experience?
experience?
You get to make a hard move.
Yeah.
Is that...
Yeah. Okay. I'm just looking up what my hard moves are.
So I think that's kind of like the idea of
Basically,
getting an experience for a dramatic watch.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep.
Yeah, so 6 or less, we mark experience, and when we get 5 of them, we...
So, yeah, usually...
Some
of them have like low, like some of the Powered by the Apocalypse games have like low score things too.
So
6 might just be kind of a general thing.
No, it means I can do a hard move.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you mark an experience.
Okay.
So when you fail rolls, you gain experience. So what you're going to do is you're going to reach out with your arcane energies, and you're going to feel the pulse of the area, looking for the magic.
I'll probably gently stir, like, because I got like tattoos all over my hands, so I'll just like stir the drink a little bit with my finger.
And as you look up, the magic, the light, everything, you see a flash of green. And across the bar there, throwing her head back in a tooth-bearing laugh, is a woman in her late 40s with deep smile lines and crow's feet, but kind of kinked blonde hair. Short cut around a sharp jawline, wearing a leather jacket with a kind of a swooping neckline shirt, a deep blue, almost purple, with lots of gold jewelry ringing on top of it. And she opens her eyes, and they're the most vibrant shade of green that you think you've ever seen.
Okay.
And there's something about her you think.
Okay. So Duncan will just kind of eye her and study and the kind of steady her from across the bar, and he'll just kind of gently kind of run his fingers over his goatee.
All right, that sounds good. Moving into the
Where's
kitchen.
the other goatee?
It's like pencil thin.
Going into good, you're Vincent Price.
A little bit.
You're Vinny Price, the kid. So you move your way into the kitchen and inspect some of the machinery. So, looking around in there, why don't you as well give me an investigate a mystery?
So that's a sharp roll?
Yep, so it's 2 dice plus your sharp.
$10.
10 is great. So what are you looking for?
Well, I was coming to check and see if, like, oh shit, did any of our machinery die? Like, because they suggested maybe the refrigerator died and nobody noticed.
So with that, with your basic moves, while I'm still getting a handle on the system, you can... how does it look in
What happened here?
Okay, so is that so you on a 10?
You can ask 2.
You can ask 2 questions. So please ask.
Well, I guess it's a variation on what happened here. Like,
Okay.
has anything happened here? I guess. And
Or what is being concealed.
Okay, so
What to do? These are creature related.
all right. So your question is basically what happened here?
yeah.
It's freaky. Like, this is obviously not normal. You can see that since you worked 2 days ago, because you're on your weekend right now, 2 days ago, this kitchen was completely functional, but now the big mixer has a sign over it that says "Do not use, electrical issue." The back fridge is being poured. The back fridge is pouring water out of it, while Pedro, the busboy, is moving as quickly as he can to restock the meat into a different fridge. But even as he's doing it, you can see that he's looking down at this steak in his hand that's... Oh, God. Oh, man, it's green. Ugh, he's going to throw it into the trash with a... I'm throwing this away. Eli, I'm throwing this away, man. What? Don't throw any of the good meat away. Yeah, it's not good meat. Eli is looking like he's about to lose his freaking mind right now.
Yeah, because he's losing money like shit right here.
Look, I need you to start running some stuff out. Can you expedite for me? Yeah, look, I'm trying to stop this thing from flooding the kitchen, man. Like, look, I just need you to get the food out there. If something else goes wrong, the service is gonna... And then the power dies. The lights will flicker and shut off, and you'll hear...
Oh, no.
No.
As the air conditioner dies.
No, I was finally free.
Okay, what's doing this?
Nothing natural.
I think we need to...
Oh, you can actually say what sort of creature is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Oh.
What's doing this?
There's something that's just really striking you, and it's blunted knives, tools failing them, turning against their masters. You've read about this in actually, you know what? You've read about this in...
Or Allie's told me about this.
No, this is publicly consumable.
Okay.
You've read about this. You live on the East Coast. And all you keep thinking back to is the cream. Curdled cream. There's something... Shakespeare comes to mind. And you think back to... fairies? There's something kind of mischievous and specifically malicious about these types of actions. It just makes you think fairies. You don't know why.
How does the story of the assaults tie into that at all?
You're not sure. That would be a separate investigation.
I was just wondering. Those sort of things kind of...
Nobody's been killed, though. That seems more mischievous. Could be. There are lots of stories of different fairy creatures that don't kill.
I mean, could there...
Back at the table.
You know these kind of, like rituals and stuff like this. I mean, both of you guys kind of know this. Like, could, so these attackers haven't been killed, nothing's been stolen, but they all have a cut on their arm. Like, no deaths, no nothing. Could that be a ritual?
Okay. Let's not generalizing just down to rich.
I'm gonna
But
think about this.
kind?
Possible.
Like, what have I read about? What have I seen? What have I?
Maybe someone.
Would that be an investigate mystery?
Sure.
Yeah.
You could wait till Christine gets back
Why
there
not?
and talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
There's all sorts of
based
fun,
on just like sort of
fun
thinking
eldritch
about things
you
and
can
like
do
especially
with
thinking back to the books in the library and like.
Remember how many knives there were
'Cause
when,
she's
when we
bringing
first
things
bumped
up
into each
too.
other?
Don't need to think about it, thanks.
Yeah, you can
Good
investigate.
without that. Good not thinking.
So that's a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I don't think I. Okay, that doesn't really help me because that's for.
So you can ask one
pressure.
question on a 9.
Oh, and then I add my
Sharp.
sharp. 9, 10, 11.
So you can ask 2 questions.
But
Okay.
what is the vitae, the lifeblood?
I'm gonna ask
Well, that's
what
kind of
is
repetitious, but, you know
what is
what I
being
mean.
concealed here, and
Here, nothing.
yeah, okay. It doesn't look like something like hiding around here,
No.
and then. And I'll also also wonder about what sort of creature it could be, just because. Still thinking about it, even if the other person's not here.
I don't think, honestly, you have enough information to go on here. Like, you're literally, think about like what you're doing. You're literally just sitting in a bar. Like,
Yeah, but we're listening to the conversation, and we're chatting about stuff like the weird stuff with the toasters. You're talking about rituals, and it doesn't quite feel like it might not sound quite like a ritual, but they're talking about like assaults, and then I've got the problem with the books, like with the library. So it's still piecing information together, even if I don't know what else is happening here.
So the question is, what is being concealed here?
Yeah, and the other one was what sort of creature is it? So I'm wondering if it seems like something that could be connected. I read anything
You
about
think this
that.
is absolutely all connected? You think that, given the strange weather fluctuations, there are a number of stories of fairy folklore up here. Think about Rip Van Winkle. Are you kidding? Really?
I have no idea what that is.
He falls asleep.
He falls asleep because, well, basically, there's a lot of weather pattern stuff in that story.
Oh, okay.
Basically, like the fairies and things like that can, especially in New England villages, were quite well-known causes of mischief and malignment.
Okay, so yeah, so she would know about that sort of stuff in general. So
Yeah,
these are
absolutely.
things
Personally,
kind of personally, I have no idea, but this is very
I
for
am
her.
not up on East Coast fairy tales.
Me
It's
neither.
just more traditional English usually.
Yeah.
Still not.
Irish English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say that, what was the second question? What is being concealed here? What sort of creature is it?
Yeah.
So what is being concealed here? I will instead funnel you to ways that you could find out more information.
Okay.
I would look at some town history, potentially. I would also look at who the assault victims were. I would also check in with any of your contacts, or basically, like, sitting around a bar is not going to yield results.
I know, but I mean, that's where we are, is thinking about what our next step would be to actually find this out.
Okay, well, I've
Do you
given
maybe
you...
want to
Yeah.
get in touch with some of the victims? Maybe go check out the assault locations. I can call Frank on the force and sort of ask him some questions.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
I will come back from the kitchen and be like, okay, guys, we need to get out. The power's out, but and once we're outside, Allie, what do you know about fairies? Because we've got blunt knives, misfunctioning electronics, curdled cream. Like, to me, that says fairy.
Are fairies actually a thing?
Yes.
I mean,
I
why
mean,
not?
where yes,
With
why
the
not?
amount of like folktales we have and the things we run into before.
If eldritch horrors can be a thing, why not fairy?
Are we sure fairies have an
Big
eldritch
scale,
horror?
little scale. Ah, valid
A
point.
little bit debatable there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I can check and
everything
see
has
what our
to have
books say.
tentacles,
There might be
Duncan.
something about how to deal with them if that is the case.
The curdled cream really, to me.
I mean,
That's
some
what
light.
fine.
I don't know.
I mean, with the weather fluctuations,
Well, but all
Could
of
be
our
related.
fridges just went down. Our mixer's down. 2 days ago, this stuff was fine. 2 days ago,
Okay, so we're
we got
dealing
a new
with.
shipment. None of the meat should be spoiled by now, even if, like,
So we
just
got some
sitting
sort
in
of
a fridge.
big
Yeah.
curse going on that's maybe fairies, maybe not be fairies.
or yeah, it could be some sort of curse.
Yeah, like
but
I said, let's
it's
talk-
a little
let's
bit
go
more
talk
active
to-
than
Any
Just a
books still
passive
missing from your
case.
library? Like after you guys put the whole thing back together?
we're still cataloging it. My personal library hasn't been touched, but the...
Amy, with that success that you had before, I feel weird because I'm running this out of a book, but on the fly at the same time.
Yeah.
So like I don't have all of my data that I came up with. Glancing through, glancing around the room, what is concealed here, you are going to look down, you're going to notice that the floor, there's a slight layer of condensation on the floor from the air conditioner just kind of cooling this place down, but you'll see that there are some footprints, human-sized, barefoot,
So...
walking out the door. They're not actively appearing, but it looks like someone walked through barefoot.
That's certainly weird, and I'm certainly going to point that out and be
There's
like...
probably a sign on the door saying no shoes, no shirt, no service.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if the condensation is...
No shirts crossed out.
So you're saying, like...
It looks like at some point in the very recent past, someone walked through. It's slightly dusty, like kind of wet, slowly fading footsteps.
Okay. Yeah. Like, someone just... Did you see someone walk past? With
Where's the green-eyed woman?
with any without shoes either?
Everybody's starting to pack up their things and head out.
I didn't see
But
anyone
you can
leave.
see she's getting her things together by the door. She's talking on the phone to someone.
I'm not sure if it matters at all, but the one woman I'm talking over there on the phone.
What?
The one on the phone right there.
We'll look over.
There's a handsome woman in her late 40s talking on the phone.
What
Like-
about her?
I don't know. She's setting off my.
Spidey sense?
Yeah, let's go with that. That's a good way to put it.
Okay. Interesting.
Are you sure it's not just a Google alert?
I don't think this is the time for that. Duncan.
You think? Yeah.
I mean, no judgment on your type or whatever, but now is not the time. We've got something we have to figure
not
out.
Comment on my love life right now.
Hey folks, our power's out, so if you haven't started packing up, just to remind you again, I'm gonna need you to go. If you have cash on you, we'd love it if you left it on the table, but otherwise, I guess your meal's on me.
That's right.
I'm gonna go make a call. I'll grab my phone out. I'm gonna go call Frank.
Turner.
Thank you.
If anybody near us looks like they're leaving without paying when they've clearly eaten the majority of their meal, I'm gonna be the liar.
Okay, that sounds
Give them
good.
the shame look.
What's your presence stat?
My charm, +2. And I'm alluring.
A couple of teenage boys look like they're about to ditch out. Actually, frat boys, early 20s. Well, we'll kind of give you they'll throw down a 20.
8.
And 4 crumpled up ones. The phone will ring a few
I'll make sure
times.
to
What'd you
cover it
get?
with a
So I got an 8.
Okay, what does that mean?
Um,
So I use act under pressure.
Is that what you have to use?
That's what I have to use.
Okay.
So you can act under pressure to get in touch with them when you need to divert any law it's when you need to divert any law enforcement attention, which I guess I'm not really doing. I'm trying to get information that they may not normally give.
I'll allow it. That seems
Okay.
that makes sense.
So on a 7 and 9, the keeper is going to give you a worse outcome, a hard choice, or a price to pay.
Done. I'll be a little lighter because this is a smaller request.
Fair.
Yeah, this is Turner.
Hey Turner, it's Fields.
Oh, which fields we talking about?
Charlene, who the hell do you think it is?
I'm just kidding. Look, I'm out on patrol right now. What can I do for you?
We just wanted to check in on, and I know there's been a couple of assaults the last few nights, and I just wanted to sort of check in with them, see if we can get some information, maybe
Damn.
get a bit of a brute squad out.
You and that reporter, right?
Reporter?
Oh, just everybody's asking about this damn thing.
Okay, who's the reporter?
What?
I need to know who's in my goddamn town.
Well, Missy, this isn't your town. This is my town.
Sure, it's not.
You don't even
Frank.
live. You're not in the
Sure,
municipal.
it's not.
You live 10 miles
Of course
away.
It's not. Whatever you say, man. So your town. Who is in your town?
There's a button that says end call.
Yeah, but you're not going to because you like me too much.
Where else are you going to get some sugar?
They're commenting on my love life.
Okay.
At least this is a useful one.
Look, I gotta make it pretty quick. But this is what he looks like, by the way.
Oh my god, I love it. He's such a Frank. I love him so much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's great.
Well,
can I show the...
Yeah.
Here, show the...
Show
He's
them around.
Edward Turner in there.
Oh, okay. It can be Ed.
It's Franklin Edward Turner.
There we go.
You call him Frank.
I call him Frank.
That's Frank.
Frank.
Perfect.
Alright, Franklin Edward Turner. Yeah, no, there's Jane Howland, the editor of the Handfast Herald. It's pretty much the only paper inside here. Now, to get to Handfast, just so you're all aware, Handfast is actually its own separate valley. You have to take like the side road that reaches it. It's actually a little bit... Probably the valley is the reason that it's so protected from all this. It's got its own little forest preserve. It's a nice little town. Mm-hmm. If there's anything that can be said about Handford...
Handfast.
Handfast. This is a dumb name. Is that it's nice. Yeah. Well, I mean... Look, in my opinion, it's not... Assault is a strong word. These are... I mean... Yeah, people are getting roughed up, but it's probably just a mugger. It's probably just something like that. I mean, and then there's all these other pranks going on. I mean, it's just the heat getting to people.
Pranks?
No idea what these people think here.
What happened, like the library, and it's probably just getting. Look, bad things don't happen in Handfast.
Of course they don't.
Quiet town. No.
Okay, tell me what. So the people that got roughed up. Can you tell me who they are? Can you tell me who one is?
Well, they're going in the paper soon enough, so you didn't hear it from me, all right?
Lips are sealed.
Oh, okay. There's Alice Rigsdale.
Alice Rigsdale.
Christopher Prower.
Mm-hmm.
Constance Hopkins.
What was that?
Yeah.
And Frank Gardner.
Thank you so much, my dear. I owe you one.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably stuff from your city. Hello?
Ouch. Ouch.
No, you're from the big... Okay. All right. So...
He'll get a 6-pack on his desk.
So you'll...
Oh, I thought the exact same thing. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
My lips are sealed. My lips are sealed where?
So...
See, I was thinking except for you.
So you'll get...
Yeah.
You'll get kind of...
Shuffled out.
Sorry. So... Are you okay? You alright?
My mind. The gutter.
That's okay, I live in that gutter.
Me too.
So you're all shuffled out. Where are you parked?
Parked?
Where are you parked?
I've probably got a SUV, like Jeep. Some kind.
The alley behind the restaurant.
Yep, the employee parking?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the front spaces on
And
the bar
probably
side.
one of the probably park next to you.
Okay. All right. So
Rather beat up
as
car.
you go out, you head out, and there's quite a number of people just milling around on the sidewalk, just chatting, doing the usual. Sorry, I'm playing some different music. Orbital Promenade, I am not using. Welcome to space.
This took a sudden drastic turn.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you're in space.
Plug for tabletop audio there.
The first
Tabletop
thing I
audio is
heard
great.
was orbital, so I thought like orbital socket.
Yeah. Me too.
Oh, that just got gratuitously.
And I was just
Yep.
like, orbital what? And I was like, oh, space, okay. Didn't make that connection at first.
Dancing eyeballs.
As you step out,
I
the bright summer day is going to suddenly burst as the bright blue sky is going to erupt in a torrential downpour.
Oh, shit, fuck me.
As you round the corner, you'll see that there is a man in a blue uniform standing next to your car, writing you a ticket.
Are you serious? Do I know him?
It's Frank.
Frank.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Someone hung up on me.
Oh, you're such a jack-off.
Well, it looks like you got here before your time expired. I was just pre-writing this ticket. Manners are important. And he'll rip up the ticket.
I like
And
that.
he'll walk by and laugh.
Okay, does my car have anything on it?
Missy.
Love you too, Charlene.
Did you pay for parking?
Did I?
Or did you find a spot that didn't need pay?
I probably went for a spot that didn't need paying because you would have told me where they were.
No, yeah.
Or at least
No,
places
actually,
that aren't supposed to.
your car appears to be fine. I don't need to roll a dice for me.
Do you actually have a car or do you have a pickup?
I think I have a really beat up, like, 90s,
Roll a die right now.
That's a 6.
Station wagons. You fit lots of
Cool.
stuff
Yeah.
in the back.
So everything looks absolutely fine about your car, and then the front windshield cracks and spiderwebs as a golf ball-sized piece of hail slams into it.
Bad luck.
There's a staccato of almost skyward machine gun fire as hail begins to rain down on Handsfast.
I'm gonna get in my car and start driving home. Slowly.
Yeah. Can I have a
James,
ride?
Yes.
can I get? I'm gonna actually make you do a roll because I want you to.
Okay.
Can I get anybody? I'm gonna ask James actually to give me a
You can grab a tarp on the
act
back of my
under.
car.
You know what? I'm not
Let
gonna
me
make
see
you
if I've
roll. This
got
is
a-
dumb.
Or the harm?
Is it a harm roll?
Are you whacking me with something?
I was gonna hit you with some hail,
Yeah, when you suffer harm, the keeper will tell you what effect it has.
but that's only if you take the harm. You haven't. So it's. Separate them over opportunity. All right. So in that case, I wouldn't. Don't worry about it. So as you watch, you start to move toward your car, and you can see that the thing is being pelted. The front windshield is cracked. The front headlight explodes onto the concrete.
Well,
The restaurant, the little cafe that's right next to where you parked, the front window breaks as a piece of hail the size of a softball collapses. It just slams into it.
can I read a bad situation? Is that what this would do? Is that what it's one of the basic...
No,
No?
I don't think you need to here.
Okay. I
Basically,
know
this-
this is just a mess.
This is just a mess. I don't think there's any. So basically, only do a move if there's nothing you couldn't obviously discern.
Oh, okay.
It's assumed that your character can. So even like kick some ass.
Yeah.
If you are a big bad hunter who's trying to like rough up the high school nerd, I don't need a roll.
Yeah.
Like you like if you could theoretically grab someone by the neck and they can't offer resistance, that's fine. If
Okay.
you can like help Krista out by jump starting her car, you don't need to make a roll.
Yeah.
You know, it's just you can do anything. The moves are only when you try to change the narrative.
Okay. So, in that case,
So what do you do?
I'm actually gonna go and pull the tarp out of the trunk.
Okay, there's a tarp there.
Yay, good. I like to keep things in case I need to wrap up weird shit and move it. And I'm going to try and cover up the worst of the shield, the front windshield,
Okay.
and then just drive home.
With a tarp over it?
Not the whole thing, just like,
Oh no, the entire windshield is spiderwebbed.
yeah.
Where you can't see through it.
Like you cannot see through the front of your windshield.
Like, at all.
At all.
I'm gonna kick it out.
There's a cop right there.
Hey,
It's my car.
yeah, ma'am,
I need to get it fixed.
yeah, but that is not legally drivable without a windshield.
You gonna help me get it somewhere that I can fix it?
I will call Edward Brothers Towing.
I'm just gonna get into the back of your car.
Yeah.
Just be like, ka-chunk.
Look, they owe me a favor, all right? You're a friend.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do, but you're gonna have to catch a ride right now. That's not safe. And with hail coming down, that could be a risk to yourself and to the local constituency.
Yeah, sure, okay. Yes, sir. Yes,
Ellie, hop
officer.
in.
Charlene, wait a minute. I have to go secure my bike.
Yep, no worries.
You're awesome, Frank. I'll say from the back of the car.
Edward, my name's Edward.
Yeah, so I will go around back and move my bike further, like, under the shelter.
Yeah, probably some kind of like outcropping.
Yep,
or
there's a little
something like
lean-to
that.
you can roll it under.
Cool.
And as you're around back, glancing over the back fence, you can see that it's not raining or hailing down the street.
What time period is this? Is this current?
Yep, it's June 30th, 2019.
Snap.
Nice.
Come back around, get in the car. It's not hailing down the street. What the fuck?
Well, that's where we're going. We'll start the car up and drive.
Just with our luck, it's gonna follow us.
Don't jinx us. Knock on wood. I will reach back and knock on Duncan's head.
Hey.
Whose car are you in? You're all-
Yeah, you're in the front seat. Or
Yeah,
you're
we're all
in,
in
I guess you're in the front
Charlie's
seat.
car.
You're in the back seat.
I'll probably like pick up a piece of hail that's landed somewhere nearby and stuff it on the back of your shirt. Teach you.
Throw it back at you.
Hey, do not make me turn this car around and leave you in the hail.
So, as you're driving through hands fast. I want to say Hanford. As you're driving through hands fast, you can see that there's
Just think it's the wedding.
a lot of detour signs up in this town.
Fantastic.
You can see that there are people out in safety vests waving you around. And there's a lot of slow traffic. Looking over, you can see that there's a little suburban community next to a trailer park. Suburban community has about every fifth house at random is stripped down by tornadoes. The trailer park is perfectly intact, except for the two mobile homes in the front that are submerged in floodwater.
Yikes, this place got bad.
Yeah, there's nothing natural about any of this.
No.
Please don't be end of days. Please don't be end of days.
This isn't quite end of days stuff.
Are any cats giving birth to snakes or other way around? I don't know.
So where are you all headed? What's going on?
I think we should head back to my place so I can look at some books and potentially find some equipment.
Sounds like a plan. I will drive
Unless someone's
towards
got a
Allie's.
better idea.
All right.
We could also maybe think about going to the hospital or.
Yeah, I gotta figure out. I got the names of the people that got injured, but we need to. I gotta figure out, who they are and where they are.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, some of them might still be at the hospital.
A crossing guard stops you.
Man, I should have slept better last night.
Waves across, and you can see that a couple of parents and an actually like a radiant young boy, about 4 years old, is walked across in front of you. They're all cuddled up against the rain that's coming down, but no hail here, thankfully. The little boy smiles and waves at you as he crosses.
I'm not a kid person.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's not. And the crossing guard lowers the sign. All right, come on.
Drive through?
And I'm actually used to World of Darkness. I was expecting like a car to come rushing through.
Yeah.
The way you were describing it, I was like, oh shit.
There's time,
No,
there's time.
no.
Yeah, we will head to Allie's.
All right, so you head to the alley. To Alley's alley.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it takes you far too long to make it back across to East Mansfield.
West Mansfield.
Oh yeah, sorry, East Mansfield doesn't exist. I looked it off the map.
Yep.
Literally, you make it back to West Mansfield. Yes, and before long you'll find yourself in. Is it your?
Mom's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still live with mom.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I think It's a pretty decent-sized house. Probably been there for a while.
And you start doing some research. Now, what do you do?
I'm doing as much research as I can to try and figure out what the heck is going on here. So for this, in the lore library, when I hit the books, I take a +1 forward to investigate the mystery. As long as there's historical or reference works.
There is a lot of historical and reference works. What's everyone else doing? So, well, she's doing
Facebook to try to find these people.
Okay. Which people? Oh, yeah.
The people that were assaulted.
That sounds good.
I'm probably gonna help her. Also gives me a nice chance to kind of dig around her library for totally legitimate reasons.
Do you have anything that allows you to help?
No, I just got the basic help out action.
Okay, so
it's a cool
There
roll.
it is. Yeah.
okay, so you can go ahead and help out. And what are you doing? You can help out as well.
Oops. I want to stumble across something important.
Okay,
Nice.
that sounds fantastic.
Nothing necessarily to do with this in particular, exactly this moment, but it might be something that becomes useful.
So with my help out roll, I got an 8, which gives a +1 to Amy's roll, but you also expose yourself to trouble or danger, so you can have fun with that.
Okay. All right, so So why don't you go ahead and make me a investigate a mystery roll, Krista, to look up on Facebook, because this seems like something that would have. I like that you guys aren't using the bins.
I am.
Are you? Okay.
I did.
I happen.
Ooh.
Me too.
Damn.
Yeah, that is 11 plus sharp, which is +1, so 12.
All right. So what you are going to be able to do, you are going to find the information. They're all going to be on social media, on Facebook. And you are actually going to be able to get the contact numbers of 2 of them.
Sweet.
So you can decide for me. So Alice Rigsdale is... who is Alice Rigsdale? You know, she's a very boisterous person.
Okay, I like her.
Who is she?
Very boisterous.
Anybody can jump in on this as well. So who's Alice Rigsdale?
Alice Rigsdale is like she's involved in local politics, but is not like a politician. But she's the one of the people who stands up during like
Head of the PTA.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
Oh, she's one of the ones who goes to every city council meeting ever.
Yeah, and talks all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she's not actually on the city council.
Yeah,
she refuses to run.
She's just one of the community members
She's
who's very, very present.
All right, Christopher Prower. He's pretty lazy. What do you think? Local stoner?
Yeah.
Stoner handyman?
That was
Or drunk
right?
handyman? Christopher Prower.
Prower.
Not Miles. Miles Prower. He's in his 40s.
That took me a minute.
Could have been something.
He's just like an old hippie that like lives in his mom's basement or something like
He's
that.
a young hippie. He's a young hippie.
Oh, they said he was in his 40s.
He's 40s.
Yeah.
He's a middle-aged hippie, I guess.
Yeah.
Drippy. What about Constance Hopkins? Sarcastic. Constance Hopkins, that to me sounds like she's either really old or in her late teens, early 20s.
I want to say she's got that. I'd like to see your manager haircut.
Possibly.
Soccer mom.
Soccer mom?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but like
then-
really religious.
Or I guess your
yeah.
football mom.
Yeah. The one that makes all of the whole team run prayers, but she's like a total bitch.
And then on the opposite
But weirdly
side,
sarcastic while she's doing
Exactly.
it.
Frank Gardner, who's is a pretty elegant person. Frank Gardner is the exact opposite. He is this town's first openly gay quarterback.
Nice.
He is a massive, handsome Captain America-looking 18-year-old kid who's set to go straight into playing for college football at Go State Tech. But the fact that he was beaten up, that's
That's surprising.
he and Alice are probably the ones where you're like, really? Because
Yeah.
Alice is built thick. She's a thick, stocky brick shithouse kind of woman.
Okay, I would like to speak with Alice and Frank.
Okay, so you'll be able to contact
I
them.
figure they would both be easily found because everyone's going to have Frank's number because everyone wants to have Frank's number. And Alice is going to have her number on, like, out
Everything.
on everything. Yeah. If you need, like, for more information, contact Alice Gardner, or
Alright.
Alice Rigsdale.
So we'll run that scene in just a second.
Cool.
So going around, you got to help.
Yeah, so I got to help out, but I exposed myself to trouble or something along those lines.
Oh no, what did you touch in the library?
That's the question, right? Expose yourself to trouble or danger.
Oh dear.
So... Ooh, hold on. Let me just check one thing real quick.
There's a +1 on my roll then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you roll?
Yes, and then I got a... So it's 7. That'll be 11 total.
Nice. Well done.
Nice. So...
You have 3 hit points.
So given what material you have, you can see that there's really not much bad history inside of Handfast.
Mm-hmm.
Except, I mean, there are the usual tragedies. You know, there's, car accidents. But even then, there aren't that many of them. The thing that strikes you the most is that it's... In fact, the most recent tragedy that's happened inside of city limits was probably the death of Violet Chilton in 1979. It was a sad instance. There was, back then it wouldn't be called an Amber Alert, but today it would be. She went missing for a day. They found her out in the middle of the woods, came home, caught a cold, and died within 24 hours.
Oh, so what year was that? It was 1970...
79,
79?
Yep, that was in 79.
And she was like a kid? Or like how old?
Yeah, I think she was 6.
Okay.
4, 5 actually? Let me double check. No, she was 4. She was 4.
Okay, so is there anything that, like... I guess trying to figure out, like, why this would be happening now and kind of confirm or find other explanations
So
that would explain this?
As you're looking around, you're looking through old history books and stuff like that, and as you're looking, you're grabbing other texts and stuff, and as you do, your elbow snags the side of a table, and a glass of water that you were drinking falls and will splash all over the side of one of the books. And do you panic?
I'm gonna be pissed.
It's gonna start soaking into the paper.
Yeah, no, I need to get that dried up immediately.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
Don't touch it! Just grab a towel.
But I can just magic it.
No!
It's seeping through.
Just
1 page destroyed, 2 pages
okay.
destroyed.
I need
3
to
pages destroyed.
like.
Yeah, Alice, I'd really like to
I
talk
don't want
to
him
you.
to touch it. I want
great.
to throw. I probably have stuff for in case there's stuff gets spilled in here.
Are you gonna do anything about it?
Yes, I'm gonna stop it from seeping.
Alright, so you will open it up and stop it from seeping.
Like basically, as soon as I see that happening, I'm grabbing it, wrenching it out, and like shoving it into this like the closest thing I have for like dealing with books and precious things that should not be getting messed up.
It'll open to you're on a random page of a history text that from 1939.
1939? Okay. I am more focused on making sure this thing is dry and clean than I am.
Except that you see Death of the Donnelly Boy. Age 3. Died of illness. Sudden.
Okay.
It's a town record. Births and deaths of that year.
Okay.
Died of illness after being found in the woods.
Alright.
So
3-year-old boy?
So she's reading this book, right?
Yeah.
I'm
just gonna quietly
glancing at
slip
this.
back and then like disappear around the corner.
That sounds like a good idea.
Like, glance at it, look at it, and then be like,
I'm just gonna,
clean, dry, fix, must, soak up, water.
As you glance down, you'll notice that the date, June 24th.
That was 1939?
Yeah.
And this is 1970. That was, okay.
Yeah. And we're 2019.
Okay. That was June 24th?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the Midsummer's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, over to you. What were you doing?
I was doing oops.
Okay.
I want to find something. Stumble across something important. There's no role associated with this.
So are you doing it in the same room?
Yeah, but I think I'm on my phone as well. So I could stumble across a piece of information, anything. Doesn't necessarily have to be with what we're doing immediately right now.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a bartender.
Bartender, but is that all you do? Were you a student at all? Did you?
I figure I probably got my degree. I'm 25.
What'd you get your degree?
26. Let's go with. Let's go with something sciencey. Let's just do a bachelor's of science.
Okay, so like you're on top of a lot of the new technology and stuff that's coming around, and one of the things in your general feed shows up, and it's examples of modern aging software, and it talks about how it's just an article about by Sammy Wong about how over the last 3 decades, imaging software has increased exponentially in both its power and its accessibility and its accuracy. For example, back in the day, this type of software would be used to hunt down children who had been missing, allowing you to age them up, where traditionally that would require a sketch artist. Now we can do it with technology. As you can see here, comparing 2 side-by-side profiles, the amount of accuracy is staggering. And it will actually show a couple of different examples of like police sketches that have like aged up missing children, and will show basically they do it like about every 5 to 10 years. Like here's this kid when he vanished at 3. Here's what we expect him to look like as a teenager, as a young adult, as a middle-aged adult. Usually, like about those 4 or 5 stages. And one of the examples will be a local one. It'll be Violet
Chilton?
Violet Chilton. Except you will recognize her. She should be like about 48 now, 49, somewhere in there. But that's not the one you recognize. It was that girl that you carded at the bar the other night. When you were working. You didn't think anything of it. You get a lot of college kids and high schoolers that come in. She looked like she was about 15 or 16. Came in, tried to buy some wine, or tried to just hang out. I mean, she's not allowed in there, under your license. You asked for her ID. She laughed, and you made her leave. You were going to have to anyway, though, because it's a food establishment. You're not allowed in without shoes. Anyway, so, back to you. You placed some phone calls.
Yes.
Bring, 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 bring. So who are you calling first?
Alice.
Let's just go back to Alice here. I just need to find my chart with Alice.
I like the music.
Yeah, it's called Weirder Things.
Yep.
This is Alice Rigsdale.
Hello, Mrs. Rigsdale.
Who am I speaking with?
This is Sharon Feltham, from the West Manfield Times. Wondering if I could have a moment of your time.
I think I could spare you some time. I'm going to say off the bat that it's so pleasant to hear from you.
Oh, absolutely. Happy to help. I was just wondering if you could help me. I'm working on a paper on the horrible attacks that have been happening in our town.
Oh, yes.
I was wondering if I could speak to you about your attack.
Oh.
As awful as it may be.
Well, Absolutely. Unfortunately, dear, I don't really remember that much.
Where were you?
I was out walking my dog.
Mm-hmm.
And my little Bichon Frise.
Mm-hmm.
And
how cute.
Thaddeus. Ooh, he's such a dear. So I was out walking Thaddeus, and of course, I'm sure you've known about like our weather problems, and it's been riling up the squirrels. And Thaddeus is a real squirrely bugger himself, and he managed to actually snake out of my hands and go chase a squirrel. So as I went after him, I was kind of over by the wood preserve, because there's a fantastic chip trail through there. And as I was walking, actually I do running in the mornings there sometimes. It's good. You need to keep your figure up as you get older. I mean, how old are you, dearie?
38.
30. Well, you're gonna know pretty soon.
I know, absolutely. I try to go for runs as often as I can.
I'm 53, and it catches up quick. I used to have a perfect hourglass figure. Now I'm more of a tuba. But enough.
I know somebody like this.
Are you okay?
The worst part is it's true. I've heard this like exact conversation before.
So I don't really know what happened. So I was looking out for Thaddeus, and it was very dark, and he ran off into the darkness. And of course, all I have is my old cell phone light, and I'm trying to get the flashlight on, and it's just not working. And then the next thing I know, I was being shaken by a jogger in the morning, and Thaddeus was curled up, keeping me warm. Thank goodness he did so too, because it's been really warm out, but at night it gets very cold. I've still got a little touch of the cold, I had been roughed up by some ruffian. It doesn't seem like anything else bad happened. I seem to be...
Thank goodness.
I know, of course I may be a tuba, but I'm a handsome tuba. Everything seems to be in working order, nothing touched, and all of my money seemed to be there, which I usually keep in a tucked pouch, so I guess they just didn't find it. It's not like I had my purse on me.
No, I did hear that there was a cut that you received on your arm.
Yeah,
Did the doctor say what it was that cut you, or did you slip and fall? Just from a stick, perhaps?
It's, no, I don't think it was a stick, dear. I think it was probably a knife.
Goodness.
I probably have a touch of the post-traumatic. I can't really remember anything that went on there. I seem to have blotted it out.
I love the misused words. Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Rigsdale. I really appreciate your time. If there's any other follow-up questions, I will be sure to call you.
Of course, and if I can, do you have, what's your number there at the Times?
555-683.
683?
1994.
1924.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. I will call you back.
Absolutely.
If I remember anything else. Goodbye. Oh, and another thing, I just wanted to say... Is it too late?
Yeah.
It's too late. Okay. So the next one will ring.
For Frank, the quarterback. Hang on. Wait, cut. Knife. Okay. Yes.
Gardener residence.
Hello. May I please speak with Frank?
This is his dad, Ted. Who are you?
Hi, Ted. My name's Sharon Feltham. I'm calling from the West Mansfield Times. I heard that Frank was the victim of an attack, and we're doing a write-up on them, of course, with no names. But I just wanted to get some of the details if I could. I'd be happy to go on speakerphone and speak to your son that way. So everything is above board.
Now, look, I'm going to tell you the exact thing I told to Jane Howland. Okay? Unless it's about sports, my kid don't talk to nobody.
Manipulate something.
Yeah, let's do that. This is on a normal person.
8, 9, 10.
All right, so they'll do it for the reason you gave them. If you ask too much, they'll tell you the minimum it would take for them to do it. So, in this case...
Now, if I do absolutely understand Mr. Gardner, however, if with his help on this, it absolutely would be a great. He would really be a town hero for this, and that would absolutely go a long way to helping him get scholarships at perhaps the Kingsford College for the Kingsford Knights.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. But on speakerphone.
Absolutely.
Hold on just a second, okay?
Of course.
Hey, Frankie!
Holy shit, this guy's an asshole. Mute. Mute off.
Yeah, okay, I'm coming. Hello, this is Frank.
Hi, Frank. This is Sharon from the West Mansfield Times.
A reporter.
I promise we will absolutely be quick. I just have a couple of really quick
We'll
questions.
just answer her question and she can get off the phone. Okay, Dad. Sure. What can I do for you?
May I just ask, where did the attack happen?
I was out for a run, just trying to keep my speed up. By the park, actually. So you're from
The West Mansfield Times.
Mansfield. Okay. So I guess you probably don't know the area very well. But there's a chip trail that kind of runs along the forest and out back by the kids' park.
Absolutely. I am familiar with the area. That area from that is in fact where the other attacks had happened. So we are believing that it is someone in that area. So absolutely, thank you for that information. And now I do believe that there was you got a cut on your arm. Was that from perhaps falling, or was that a weapon, perhaps?
Well, just tell her. I think someone's trying to sabotage me.
Well, you are absolutely top of the class, so of course that wouldn't terribly surprise me. Do you have any suspects?
I mean, basically, this is off the record?
Absolutely.
Okay, Vincent Ford.
And why do you expect Vincent Ford?
Because he's the assistant quarter. Well, he's my sub.
Ah, understandable. Absolutely.
So he's the second string quarterback, and if I don't play, I'm going into my senior year next year. Okay, he's been had it out for me ever since I jumped up from junior varsity without. He's trying to sabotage me. Why else would anybody cut my right arm? How else am I supposed to throw?
Well, exactly. Absolutely. When you're in such a high position, you have a target on your back at all times. I totally
Damn
understand.
straight he does.
Now, were you? Did you happen to see Mr. Ford, or did you see anything happen before the attack?
No, I was out. Like I said, I was out for a run. It was after dark, but I mean, nothing bad ever happens around here, so nobody ever worries about that. And next thing I know, I was waking up, and I was being shaken awake by Billy.
And who's Billy?
Friend.
Absolutely. But
teammate. He's talking about Bill Connolly. Yeah, I didn't know he was on the team. Yeah, he's another sub.
Oh no, she's got a better poker face than Krista does.
I always thought Bill was kind of scrawny.
And this was in the morning after, or
no, he's a good guy. He's always got my back.
This was the morning after.
No, we usually go running together at night. We meet. We
So he
meet a
didn't-
little way after. Sorry?
So he didn't see what happened.
No, I guess he came looking for me. Normally, like I do a lap, and I do a lot more running. So we were set to meet about a half hour later.
Understandable. Well, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Gardner and Mr. Gardner. I absolutely appreciate it. Again, there will be no names and nothing there, but if you ever need a reference from me, you can call me at 555-653-1994.
Click.
What a dick.
I hope you enjoyed that.
I absolutely did.
I'm sincerely impressed in your ability to just bullshit on the fly.
That was impressive.
Love it.
Though I guess you did call center for a while, didn't you?
I also did a lot of improv in high school. I was the queen of questions.
Why?
Why do you ask?
Why do you want to know?
Why are you being so evasive?
Who's asking?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I wouldn't. Would I?
Win! I win!
Yeah, I know. That's true.
What?
Questions is the greatest game ever.
Yeah, I love Who's Line.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I will go back in and as you're probably coming out.
I'll be just like,
all right, so I
on
think
the
everybody's got some good information.
What did you do now?
Nothing. I did nothing. Sure, say nothing.
Walk
I
in,
will
say nothing.
talk about that software I saw and the girl that I saw the other night who's apparently a dead kid.
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, huh?
What?
Well, it was
Walk into that.
missing persons case. They're showing off like the aging software for photos. And
Yeah.
it's a case of one where like, I mean, the girl should be 40 something now, but the teenage picture. I kicked that girl at the bar the other night.
Couldn't that just be her kid?
Yeah.
No, she died as a 3-year-old. Like, this is aging software.
Oh, but there are
This can't be her kid.
couldn't there be lots of kids and it just happens to look similar?
Or
You know what? There's enough weird stuff going on. Forget what I'm saying. It's something weird.
Like that,
okay.
that's that picture.
That's a fairy thing.
Who am I to doubt? I mean,
What?
seriously.
That's a fairy thing. My grandma was born in Ireland. She talks
had
about the
bare
shit all
feet.
the time. You saw
I
bare
had to
feet.
kick her out for bare feet.
What?
You saw
Bare feet and no ID.
Oh, sorry, that was
16.
Bare
Ali.
feet at your
Yeah,
at
like
the restaurant.
she was
Wait, can I
barefoot
see
at the
this
bar.
picture? Can I
We
see
can't
this
serve
picture?
that.
Can I take a look at the picture? Do I recognize
It's a
it?
video,
Oh, okay.
so you probably watched through the whole thing and see it.
If I'm watching this, do I see the one of Violet Chilton?
That's who she's talking about.
Oh, I thought you said there was another one as well.
There are a couple of others, but they're
Okay.
miscellaneous cases.
Okay. So yeah, I'm like,
But
yeah,
not
that's
specifically talking about that one.
okay. That's very weird. And I'll tell you about that case, and I'll pull the book that is drying.
This for me?
Yep. Just a reminder that you can do that if you go to the location.
And I'll pull out the other book that's drawing and be like, and there's another case here
So you
of
have
a
to be
missing
at the
person.
location.
Okay.
So I'll pull out the two sources and be like, yeah, so we've got two different things going on here.
Do you spend a little more time looking through stuff?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Cool.
But at this point, yeah, I'm definitely pulling up those two. And I'm definitely looking to see when Midsummer's Day is this year.
It was the 24th. It was.
So it already happened.
It was. This is the 6th day.
How many days later did these kids die?
They died before midnight on the day.
Oh, okay.
So this is
Not the same thing necessarily, but
I think I said originally that they died the next day, but they died.
basically you said they went. One of them went missing
sorry,
for
no.
a day.
They all went missing on the 24th, and they died within the next week.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So they could have been. Were they all found on the same?
They were all found either on the 24th, 25th, but they all went missing on the 24th.
Okay. So I want to know if we have any missing children's cases from this year, from the 20th.
Doesn't appear so.
what about all those people though? Did you come in and talk about?
I haven't had any chance yet. Yeah.
So you'll come back in.
Yeah, I came back into her saying something about a dead kid. I was like, what?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay,
then
so you've heard all
explained.
this.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's
So
super
they all
weird.
went missing in the woods, you said?
So now here's the thing, if we're sticking on this whole fairy thing, and that makes sense with these kids going away and showing up later as different people, that's totally folklore fairies. I like classic Irish. So
disappearing and turning up as other people.
Yeah, I think they call them.
What are they
They're
doing?
shifting.
Not other people. They're
No.
They're coming back as like older versions of themselves.
So the whole thing was that they end up going back to the like fairy place, and then they grow up there, but on a different time scale, and then eventually they can come back, but they're like changed, and they're like. But the whole thing was that the kids would come back and they'd be sick, and then they used to like leave their kids out in the woods in hopes that they would get their other child back, and if the child got better, the old child came back, and if the child died, it was clearly a changeling, and their child was lost to the fairies. Something along those lines. I don't know, the way to deal with illness back in the day. But
those kids that got recovered and then died immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've seen at least one of them as a 16-year-old, and she should be like 48.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. So
sucking vitality or something like that.
Something like that. But so here's the thing.
Because I know people who would have killed for that kind of power.
Yeah, no, this is like you have to go live in a different world. You live on different time frames, and it's like that movie Interstellar. They live at different time speeds because they're moving at the speed of light. You didn't see that movie? Oh no, that was you were stuck in a cult at the time. However, speaking of forests, I did get a hold of Alice and Frank, who were a couple people that were attacked. They were attacked in the forest. Didn't see what happened. They woke up, cut on their arm, made by a knife, were found later or the next morning.
Do we know the spot?
Yeah, right by there's a chip trail that runs sort of through a wood reserve and by a park. So
okay.
area.
I think I know that spot.
Okay.
I might be able to do.
We probably know it.
Might want to go
some
check
of my
that
rituals might
fairy
be able
circle.
to make a difference there.
All right. Well, why don't we go check it out? If nothing else, we're bait.
Yeah, that's
sure
always.
bring a shotgun.
Is it still within a week since? Did they all get hurt on the 24th?
No, it's been one a night.
Since the 24th.
Starting the day after, so the 25th.
Are there any other records going through the stuff of other things happening on the something 9th year? Because we did the 1939, we got 1979.
Yeah. Going back 1899, 1859, 1819, 1779, 1739, 16.
Pretty much every
40 years.
Every 40 years since looks like the founding in 1619.
Huh.
Although there's nothing on that day, of course. It's 40 years afterwards. There's an old record. And there's one more thing.
Yeah.
As you're looking through, it's the children, boys and girls, all aged between 2 and 5 years old. There's always a special note, usually from a local pastor or something like that. You can actually see a couple of eulogies listed about the lost promise of Benedict White, the child from 1739, and the promise of this brilliant young boy, or Tabitha Morrow from 1779, who was smart as a whip and would have grown to have strong, healthy children with her disposition. They were all golden children. Real crown jewels of the community, even at that age. And their loss was felt quite strongly for years.
Okay. Why would they... It seems like a sudden, and dramatic shift in MO.
Clearly something must have happened. Or wait, are you mentioning this all?
Yeah, I'm gonna mention them. This is a very dramatic shift from what seems to have been happening up until now.
Well, since clearly something happened, do you have a date for us exactly?
I will point out all the different years and the dates.
Every 40 years on the same astrological date.
Well, clearly there's something important. There's something of import here. Something ritualistic.
Okay, how many kids have gone missing? I guess is what I'll look at. Chart back and be okay, it's I'm just
At least 10.
At least 10?
Yeah. If you
spitballing here, just
every 40 years since the founding has been 1, and there have been 10 increments of 40 years since the founding.
so about 40.
Yep. In fact, it's been 400 years.
Yeah.
Since the town was founded.
Okay.
And there is a celebration plan. Actually, you missed the celebration because... Oh, no, you know what? Given the weather conditions, the celebration would have been cancelled.
Mm-hmm.
Or given the weather conditions.
Okay, so... Wondering vaguely if they're going to keep going until there's been 40 people hit or something? I don't know.
Well, it sounds like something that's
Weird.
perpetual.
But no, it's not perpetual. It's stopped.
Well, 400 every 40 years. It's kind of one of those crossroads.
You know what?
Points.
I'm going to go to the woods, and I'm going to take a look around.
Yeah, I agree.
If anyone wants to come with me, great. But, like,
Give
I'm
you a
sorry,
ride.
I'm tired of sitting here just reading about stuff.
Yeah, okay. Do I have any idea what will, kill or deal with fairies? I probably have a hunch.
Can I get a ride?
Absolutely.
Because I want to see if I actually have a,
Depends on the fairy. But you can bring a book of fairy folklore that you can flip through at the time.
well, I want to see if I have something in my armory. So I have to do a roll.
Sure, let's go ahead and see if you have something.
Yeah. So, okay. I need a special weapon.
Do you have a special weapon or did you take a flamethrower?
No, I took the, I have my regular stuff is a shotgun, a magical dagger, and a mallet and wooden stakes. It's just my generic 3 monster slaying weapons.
Okay.
But if I need a specialized weapon or something in particular, then I look
Give
at
me
the armory.
roll. Let's find out.
So, we'll find out. I certainly do not. On a miss, I've got the wrong thing.
Absolutely. So you will find,
Well, I basically got everything that is not helpful.
you
You have some garlic, you've got a wooden stake.
You
Let's
are
go there.
going to have a lasso made out of entwined ivy.
So that'll help with, like...
Oh yeah, you can totally bound fairies with this.
Totally.
Yeah. Ivy is a mystical plant that's known for climbing and grabbing things. Like this, could, in theory, should be able to hold anything.
It might work. I mean, it's not what I know should work, but...
I mean, there's also a
give it a try.
shotgun. Shotguns work on everything.
Yeah, that's true. I do have a shotgun.
Yeah, I would suggest that you probably assume that that's the right thing.
Yeah.
I'll load up. I got my open carry permit.
Like, basically, I probably have something in here that would help me with, like, a zombie.
Yeah, exactly.
Or, like, will help with a particular type of wizard curse.
Shotguns.
Shotguns.
Shotguns fix my
I can't
will
attest.
suit up
Bullets
with my
are
leather
weakness.
jacket and my cricket back.
All right.
I'll
Yeah.
sling it across my back
Well,
and my multi-tool.
All right. So you grab all of your equipment, and before long, you'll pull into the parking lot next to the children's park. Rain is coming down, and lightning lashes across a dark sky. It's dusk, and in the distance, you can see that the sun is casting its last red hue along the horizon.
Good. Dusk. Perfect. The lightning, the demons will all be on edge. Here, take this umbrella. I'll pass it, like, basically pass you a golf umbrella. You'll need it when the time comes. All right, and
I am not a lightning rod. I am not. This isn't happening.
I'm
Tell
sure
me I'm not a lightning rod.
you are not a lightning.
No, be honest about it. I'm not going to be a lightning rod, am I?
No.
Do not believe that for a second. Then I'll walk over. I'll walk forward.
All right. So what's everyone doing?
Being a lightning rod.
I'm gonna basically probably scout along and try to find some place that's like a little bit of a quieter corner, or if we can identify the perfect place where this thing actually happened.
Yeah, right. So we'll find the park and kind of go up the trail a little bit from the park.
So you find a place where the trail has been scattered around a bit, where it's actually on the grass, and it's there within line of sight of the tree line. It seems like probably the right place for at least where Frankie was hit.
Okay.
Are you all staying together?
Yeah.
if there doesn't seem like anything else that I could have, like, feasibly gleaned from the books, then I probably would come with them.
Oh, you're probably all together.
Yeah.
Let's try to stay in sight, guys.
Yep.
All right.
What could go wrong?
Are you casting that? Are you using it?
Would this be considered immediate danger? Highly likely.
Soonish.
I
Yeah.
think it's danger.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk out.
Okay.
Without hedging your bets, which I'm not. Hold 2.
Okay. So, would this you just head towards whatever's dangerous, or you head towards just something fun?
Whenever you charge into immediate danger, or would that be into a fight? More like immediate danger?
Yeah,
or...
that would be
okay.
immediate danger.
So I'll hold on to it then.
Do you have any other moves that you can use?
Oops.
Is that just like something happens?
I stumble across something important.
Okay. So, he's setting up his weird voodoo stuff. You are bored as hell. You're in line of sight from a swing set.
Okay.
That seems like something your character would do.
Sounds good.
Hang
to
out
me.
on a metal swing set in the middle of a storm. Actually, you know what? It's actually, the storm seems to be passing over. It's just rain now.
Cool.
There hasn't been a lightning bolt in a couple of minutes.
Sweet.
You set up your magic.
Invocation of the Hex Veil. Yep. I probably got some incense burning and I'm wafting them.
You've got the little incense cones burning on the back of your hand. You're like,
Yeah.
ooh, this is going to hurt so good.
Oh yeah.
As the ash licks down at your flesh, roll the dice.
I could hear the groan.
You want to let him in?
So that is 7.
That's actual 7?
Yep, it works imperfectly. Choose your effect and a glitch.
Alright, so look at the glitch list.
Okay.
Pick your glitch.
Hold on. Brace for dog.
Hi, dog.
Hello, dog.
It was you all along. Uh-oh.
Watch out for the mic
Charlie,
cord.
Charlie.
Charlie, go.
Turn.
He just came in, grabbed his bone, and left.
Well,
Alright, that works for me.
Yep.
go retrieve it.
Okay, lay down.
Sit. Yes, you're visiting now. Sit.
I see you've got your bone.
Lay down, but we'll play with you in about 20 minutes, okay?
Sit.
I'm gonna say the magic draws immediate and unwelcome attention.
Sit.
That sounds fantastic.
Oh,
Alright,
no.
so looking back with that magic spell,
Not this again.
I love the bullshit language that comes out when
Yeah.
when people try to cast magic, because mine always sounds like I'm trying to like speak Italian Japanese.
Hello.
What does mine come off as?
I don't know, it's the first time I've heard it, so
Okay.
it sounds like
Demonic.
constipated Russian. That's constipated Russian right there.
Speaking backwards.
Vladimir Putin.
What? What?
It's not Putin. Vladimir Putin. Let's see. So you can look back in time, I believe, right?
Yes, I can. Observe another time or place. So in this case, I'll do time.
So glancing back in time. As you watch, you can see that the day rewinds in front of your eyes. The stars and sun flicker by your vision. And as you're standing next to him, you can see that his eyes turn to a perfect pale light. Krista?
Oh, okay. Not good. Okay.
As he twitches, and you can see little remnants of his form behind him as he twitches, as if reality is stutter stepping. Time passes, and you can see a very fit, handsome young man jogging down the trail, constantly focused on the horizon, but occasionally glances down at the smartwatch that he's wearing and keeps his pulse, double checking that he's managed to stay in that perfect training zone. He runs up to the spot where you're at right there. Glancing down, you can see that his heart rate he frowns at it. It's not quite optimal. It's not what he wants, so he pauses and runs in step, kicking his heels up toward his chest as hard as he can, his knees glancing up against his stomach as he tries to push his heart rate higher, higher, higher. And then, even in the darkness, the moon casts light on him overhead. The little occasional lights along the jogging trail cast a tremendous shadow over him suddenly. And a person, a creature, 8, 9 feet tall, suddenly emerges out of shadow and mist that wasn't there in your mind's eye a moment before. And with a simple clocks him over the head. Like a Three Stooges episode. And he falls like a sack of potatoes, spilling everything onto the ground. And as he does, you can see the smartwatch lights up with a text message from someone named Billy.
Okay.
It has a less than 3 symbol behind his name. You don't
Weird
know.
technology.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a glitch. And the giant creature rolls him onto his back, reaches down and picks up his arm, and with one long, dirty, serrated claw, tears open the side of his arm and begins to sponge it onto a piece of fabric that he pulls from his crown, dyeing this little triangular hat.
Oh, fuck, really?
So James, you're going to be locked in this until the time is right. So,
You're all coming.
So back over there, what are you doing? You're just hanging out, watching him freak out?
Yep.
Okay, and what are you doing, Amy?
I'm just looking around and seeing if there's any traces here that might resemble something I've read about or seen.
You can see that there's a little bit of blood stain on the trail.
Well, I mean, they were cut, each of them.
Yeah, but there's a bit of... Why don't you make me an investigation?
Investigate the...
Yeah, why don't you investigate this mystery a little bit?
Okie dokie.
And then I'll go to Christine when you're done.
That's 10.
So, looking around, you'll see that there's a bit of wool. Like a little knot of the stuff.
Okay.
Like almost like lint, or like you know when you wear like a woolly sweater or scarf and it just leaves pieces of itself as it goes sometimes, especially when it's old and hand knit. Yeah. There's a little bit of puffy yarn.
So I guess that would be
like
a what is being concealed here type thing. Like
yeah, it's mixed among the trail. Looks like the cops didn't notice it, but I mean, to be fair, Frank's overworked.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess I'm trying to figure out for myself, like, where did it go? Is there anything suggesting where it could have gone? Whatever did this?
No, you see a pair of deep footprints come out of nowhere. And go nowhere. It's almost like it vanished. It must have the ability to disappear.
Weird.
You pump your legs over on the swing. And as you do, you can feel yourself get higher. There's a slight electricity in the air. The ozone scent is thick. It fills your lungs with exhilaration, all of you, no matter where you are around here. And in the peacefulness of the moment, as you twitch, as you watch, as you mill around, all of you will hear a from your phones simultaneously, loud, even if your sound was off.
Okay.
Yes, dog.
Pull my phone out with my other hand.
Why, Charlie?
Sorry if you're listening to this on podcast. The dog is being needy. Doggy, we can't play. We're playing. Hi, buddy. Hi, yes, that's your Charlie. That's showing up on the mic now. Hi, buddy. All right.
Sith dog.
Sith dog. Hi. All right, can you put him back out for a few? And we'll come get him in a minute.
Come on, Charles.
Go get her.
Come on.
Don't go this way. Go under the table. Under the table. Go get her. All right. Go on, buddy. Go. Go.
He looks so forlorn.
Yeah. We'll play with you in a minute, and then you
Such
can
a
sleep on the
woeful
couch tonight
pupper.
like you always do.
Woeful pupper.
Well, we'll play with him like crazy in about 15 minutes. All right. So, As you pull out your phone, you'll see flashing across the screen, Amber Alert.
Oh, no.
Shit.
Amber Alert. And we'll have a photo attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
Max Tilly. 4 years old. A little cherubic blonde boy that some of you might recognize. It's easier for you to recognize him, actually, as you hear a bit of crunching as feet walk across the sandbox behind you. I don't want to go. Come on, you're going to really like it there. It's a wonderful place. All of the treats you can eat. There's candies and chocolate and cakes.
I pull my cricket bat off and go, "Oi, pervert, let go of the kid."
All right, so glancing back, you're going to see that there is a beautiful young girl about 15, wearing a long flowing dress and cape, dressed like a Ren Fair reject. On her waist is a medium-sized flared leaf-shaped dagger. She's barefoot, and you haven't seen her in a couple nights since you threw her out of your bar. She's holding the hands of that little boy that was walked across the crosswalk earlier today. Callbacks.
Chekhov's gun.
I always use it, so it's just that this isn't my game technically. So. I'm not looking to play any cricket.
There's an Amber Alert out on that kid. Let him go.
I don't know Amber. Who's Amber? All right.
That's Amber.
Okay, so are you gonna kick some ass?
What could go wrong?
Okay, so you're gonna. So what does that do? That's a hold 2.
Whenever you charge into immediate danger without hedging your bets, hold 2. You may spend your hold 2 to inflict +1 harm, reduce someone's harm suffered by 1, take 2 forward on an act under pressure roll.
Okay, so in this
So what
case,
the hell is an act under pressure roll?
act under pressure.
That's a normal move.
Yep, it's a normal move. So I think right now you're gonna go kick some ass. I think that's what you're doing. So you're gonna
use the +1.
So I inflict +1 harm.
Yeah. So that's gonna be you roll 2 dice and add your tough. And then so you're gonna do that. So you're rushing in. So was that 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
6 and a 5.
I'm just going to double check this real quick to make sure I know how this works, because I've never ran combat in this. I believe that with...
and my whole goal in this is to separate her from the kid.
Yeah, you take a look at harm on the normal rules, on the normal moves as well. It explains how the damage works.
Yeah, but there's additional stuff here as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Extra stuff.
On a miss, you get your ass kicked instead. There was a note that usually when you engage in close quarters combat, both of you take damage.
Unless you're a 10+.
Unless you're 10+? Okay. So in that case, so that's 11 plus 1?
No.
There's 11... Oh, but you inflict 1 more damage.
I inflict +1 harm.
Okay, so please choose what you want. So you can gain the advantage, take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to another hunter. You inflict terrible harm, +1 harm. You suffer less harm, which you don't suffer...
Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. You do get to attack back.
So, okay. So...
But you can choose to suffer less harm.
So
I don't know what the harm rating of my cricket bat is.
It should say on your thing. If it's the same as my baseball bat, it's 1.
Okay, so you'll reveal 1 naturally.
2 harm.
Oh, nice.
Is it 2 harm?
2 harm, hand, innocuous, messy.
Okay.
Yep.
So messy means that it's going to be not elegant and is probably going to leave a mess.
Okay, and then I get to choose an extra effect.
So basically, you're gonna lunge forward, and as you try to cut her, she's going to cut you back unless you choose to take 1 less harm, because you're in close range, so she'll be able to do that.
Sure, I'll take less harm.
Okay.
And I'll inflict that extra harm.
So that's going to be 3 points of harm total.
Yes.
With your bonus.
Yeah.
All right. So behind you, we're going to enter combat. Now there are no rounds. Basically, you just step in whenever you want to. So just try not to hog the scene too much. This is basically the only rule. And you'll be in just a second. So over your shoulder, you can hear, "Hey, oh, you pervert! and then your sister charges in blindly wielding a cricket bat at a Ren Fair loser
who's got that kid with them.
Who deftly dances around, pulls out the dagger, and swipes at her eyes. But the cricket bat comes down, and where does it hit her?
I'm going to aim for the arm that's connecting her and the kid.
Okay.
Because I want her to let go of the kid. My whole goal is to get the kid away.
Mm-hmm. What happens if you hit her in the arm? Does it break the arm?
Yeah, totally.
You're going to hear the sound of twigs snapping behind you, and you're going to look around at, oi, pervert! Crunch! And the kid's going to shriek, and she is going to shout, Bone Cruncher! And James.
Yo.
Suddenly next to you, over there on the bloody ground, where you're all three over there, right?
Yeah, probably still.
Close by,
So as suddenly there's a fourth member of your party. A huge creature standing almost 8-9 feet tall. It's hard to tell because of the way it hunches over, with a cap dripping red with blood down the side of its face. It is going to... Oh, you're just sitting on the ground. So it is going to reach down and try to slash open your twitching friend's face. Would anybody like to help or protect someone?
I would like to protect someone.
Okay. So both of you? Okay, so one of you help out. I would suggest whoever has the higher cool.
My cool is not high.
I got +1.
All right, so
I've got tough, which helps with protecting.
Okay, so I'll help you protect?
Yeah.
Oh, shit! 4.
Okay, so on a 6 and down, so I get to give you a hard move. Okay, where? Harm move. Is it a hard move or a hard move?
Hard. It could be harm.
Could be. I'm just seeing if they have the list really easily. Creating threats, powers, bystanders, minions. Do you have any weapons on you?
I do.
What do you have?
I have my shotgun and my pistol.
Cool. So to help distract him, you pull out your shotgun, and as you do so, what did you get, Amy?
I got a 8.
Okay, so that's going to be
So that was
just enough. So you are going to suffer some harm. Some or all of the harm that they were going to get.
Yeah.
So in that case, this is going to be a claw-like scratch. You are going to take 1 point of harm as you leap in front of his face, and he lashes out at you, catching you in the chest.
Oof.
Is that what happens, or do you catch it somewhere else?
No, it probably gets the shoulder or arm.
Okay, so good guy spot.
I was just thinking, I think I'm going to use luck.
You're going to use luck?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm going to use luck so that I get a 12 on my help.
Okay, so actually, Annie, in that case, so help means that you...
Because I get a 12 with my luck, you help lets them act as if they just rolled a 12, regardless of what they actually got. So I guess I actually can't help out.
That's if you have the advanced move.
I thought it was just on a 12. Oh, well then how's that? How do you get that?
You buy the advanced move, I believe.
What?
Well, let's double check that real quick.
Oh, no, that's advanced improvements.
Yeah, so that only is if you level it up.
Oh, okay, so he would get a +1 on his next roll, but I don't know if he's avoiding. Like, I don't think he's rolling to avoid anything, right?
Well, you would be using this for Amy.
For Amy, okay. So Amy gets a +1.
Would that bring you up to not getting hit or not getting hurt?
No, it would be a 9.
No, it's just bring me to a 9.
You know what? You're spending a luck point. I'll allow it.
Okay.
I think that's totally reasonable.
Okay, fair. So you succeed.
Right. So you will.
So that make it.
So you will dive in front of James, or you will dive in front of Duncan, ready to take the blow to save your friend, and
so
that's only on advanced.
That's right.
And where a second ago you whip out your shotgun, or what do you do? How were you lucky enough that she doesn't get hurt either? Did you just dive tackle them both and everybody falls over?
I was gonna like flip my umbrella around and go to swing, but I would probably manage to just intercept his claws.
Okay, so your umbrella is torn to ribbons.
Yeah.
So you'll lose your umbrella, but
That's your umbrella.
yeah. Okay, you'll lose your umbrella, and there is a hulking brute in front of you. As you look up into the thing that was crouched over Frankie, and he's right in front of you. Holy crap!
Yeah.
All right, do you do anything?
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to like scramble backwards, and I'm going to use some of my combat magic.
Okay.
So I'm going to I'm going to lift out like an arcane covered like steel marble from my from my pocket, and it's probably like the tattoos on my arm are going to flare to life, and that thing's going to like rise out of my hand and like start burning. Like it's going to get like white hot.
Okay.
And I'm basically I think it like whips around like a firefly and basically starts flailing at him.
Give me a use magic.
Yes.
Is that use magic or kick ass?
That is kick ass.
Is it kick ass?
It's kick ass because combat magic is a kick ass action, but it uses magic.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So cause that's kind of what I do. When you use these spells to kick some ass, roll plus weird instead of tough.
All right.
Sometimes the situation may require to act under pressure.
All right, so let's do that. So you're going to.
This is a blast.
All right,
it's a fire blast.
All right, so he can't reach you at this angle, but if something bad happens, something bad happens.
Yep. Yeah, it's close range, so I just have to be kind of shotgun-ish range of it.
Okay.
All right, and I get plus.
So close range.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Let's see.
So there's 3 levels of immediate close range. So there's close range, hand range, which is literally like that.
Yeah. There's far,
and then intimate.
There's far and intimate. Okay.
So if this was a vampire, intimate would be like the bite.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, you the staking of them.
All right.
Yeah, that's a euphemism.
So I get plus 3 to this one.
Okay.
That's 12. So this thing's going to whip out on a 10 plus. So I only get the 10 plus because I don't have the advanced. So you and whatever fighting. 10 plus. You choose one extra effect. You take +1 advantage. You inflict terrible harm. I'll inflict terrible harm.
Okay. How much damage does that do total?
That is going to be. Oh, pardon me. I just gotta go to my spell thing. Sorry, these are assembled. 2, 3, 4.
Was that 4 plus terrible?
So it's 5 with terrible.
Okay. And what's the downside? Is there a downside for this?
I don't think so because I got so high.
Oh, that's true because you don't have a glitch.
Yeah.
I guess if it is kick ass though, you would still get attacked though. I don't know if that would matter because they're far away.
Yeah. Well, I'm because I'm ranged.
Yeah.
Some ass.
Okay, that sounds good. So an arcane bolt of energy lashes out of your hands and strikes him.
I think the thing's probably like zipping around him, like ricocheting off of him, and basically cooking areas of him.
All right, so he's going.
Fire heart.
All right, what's happening? What's going on elsewhere?
I'm grabbing out, like aiming my shotgun at this thing.
Okay.
So if I can kick some ass and shoot it,
Yeah, kick some ass.
I'm gonna try.
He's gonna roar around and try to claw at you.
Yeah, because shotgun is on this one over here.
And actually,
free harm, close, messy, and loud.
as he's roaring and being stung by this firefly, he's going to reach into his hand, and out of the shadows, a polearm is going to materialize, a giant axe on a stick, and he's going to try to whip it around. And what'd you get?
So rolled in 8, so we will inflict harm on each other.
Okay.
So I do 3
I do 3.
harm.
Okay.
And this is loud.
So where do you shoot him?
I'm just going for like straight up.
Okay. So
Try
you're
aiming for the head, probably, or like neck, chest.
So with an
bleh.
explosion of force, your shotgun rips, peels his nose back to the skull underneath, and erupts his eye like an overripe melon.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that dog is getting really white.
Mm-hmm.
It strips away some of his teeth and flesh, and you can see bits of brain matter beneath the viscous slime that was his countenance before. As that happens, though, he's going to bring the axe down on top of your shoulder, embedding through your collarbone. You're going to take 3 points of harm.
Okay.
And, do you have any armor?
Would I have armor? Probably something.
Actually,
should I do my preparedness roll to see if I actually had? No, not something unusual or rare.
So you don't this time, but that's fine.
Yeah, I feel like she would have some like basic protection stuff, but not necessarily anything super helpful.
And from the strength of that blow, he's actually going to knock you to your knees. Like, you're going to be like on your knees, catching your hands on the ground. Your shotgun is going to be pinned to the ground, and he's pushing down on you with the force of a truck. Now, what about you or you? What's happening here?
I'm gonna grab the shotgun and I'm gonna grab my shotgun out, and as he's leaning down over Allie, I'm gonna stick it right under his chin.
Okay, that sounds fantastic.
Back off, bitch. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not bad. 7.
7?
Yeah. So we do damage.
All right.
And a shotgun is 3.
3, and so his axe is inside of her, so that's not sensible that he can use it again. So that, he's going to lash out at you with his claws. And what's going to happen is he's going to do 1 point of damage to you, but he's also going to break your shotgun.
Okay.
As you fire 3 damage into his face, which is going to basically destroy. The shotgun's going to go through here, and it's going to blow out the back of his head, and he's going to collapse to the ground. Your shotgun is a bent wreck on the ground, but the blast went off before he struck. His arm was in motion, and the weight of the damn thing.
Yeah.
The body is going to collapse to the ground with a thump. Over at you.
So I'm actually break her arm. Can I try and yank the kid away from her
and
book it?
So that is going to be a act under pressure roll. I'm gonna say. So that's gonna be cool. Eight. All right, so I'm going to give you a worse outcome, a hard choice or a price to pay. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to manage to get the kid away. Which of those 3 things would you like? Would you like me to give you a worse outcome for this? Would you like me to give you a hard choice, or you're going to take some damage from this?
Can I pick and give you a suggestion?
Yeah, absolutely.
What if, like, I do, like, price to pay or whatnot, so I managed to get the kid, but she manages to, like, destroy my weapon.
Yeah.
And don't have a weapon anymore. Because she manages to, like, just kick my cricket bat in half or something. Or stabs it. Or keeps it.
So
she gets my cricket bat.
So what's going to happen is she's going to shriek, and as you reach for the child, she's going to reach into a pouch at her hip, pull out some glittery dust, and throw it at you, and you're going to reflexively like raise your bat up, and it's going to rot away into nothingness in your hand.
Shit.
You grab the child and run, now disarmed.
Back to them.
Back to you. What do you do?
Do I see this?
Yes.
I pull out my revolver and...
You're gonna fire?
Yeah.
Do you by any
It's
chance
close range, but I don't
have iron bullets in there?
I don't know, steel?
It's close enough.
Okay.
So, she's going to chase you. And so this barefoot girl is going to run up the hill, the slight embankment after her. You have a clear shot.
Okay, I'm going for a body shot. Cop style.
That's pretty good.
8.
Okay, so 8 on this one means that something not perfect happens. So you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other, so you can't at this range with her, or she can't with you.
I feel like
it's just not a
I
glancing blow.
I think with range, there's something with ranged weapons where it's not kick some ass. I think it's act under pressure, but I'm not 100% certain.
I'll double check that. Staying on task while the Banshee screams at you. Oh, you know what? This book has an index. Sorry, I'm used to like Vampire the Masquerade. Range.
Index? Never heard of it.
Weapons. 116.
I seem to remember from Dungeon World. Like, I don't know if you want to have the.
Basically, you know what? I don't honestly care. It works.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to do a glancing blow. So do your firearms -1.
That's 1 then.
All right. So you're going to your bullet is going to veer a bit off course and catch her in the side, and she's going to shriek and crumple to the ground, like on her knees, clutching her hip, or clutching just above her hip. Her arm hanging limply at her side. Stop! You have to give the child!
I'll walk towards her.
I guess I'll try and clamber to my feet.
He's gonna be here soon.
Ellie, alright?
Been better.
He needs the child.
Who?
My lord is being reneged upon. This town owes him a tithe. 400 years of suffering will come to this town otherwise.
When's he coming?
Lightning strikes behind you. Behind you, you pull the child to safety. You pull the child to safety, and as you reach over there, you can hear.
Why do we have a movie?
As the giant claws the ground where he was lying dead a moment ago, and you can see bits of flesh start to smokily repair themselves.
I'm gonna pistol whip the girl.
Okay.
Just to knock her out.
Okay, so that's going to be a... Ooh. Yeah, that'll be a... You know what, don't even bother. She's damaged enough at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get over to
so with
my
boom.
friends and go, what the fuck is going on? Guys?
I say we grab the kid and we just run for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to... So would that be an act under pressure to get the hell out of here?
Actually, read a bad situation.
Yeah, there you go.
Read a bad situation. So would anybody like to make a read a bad situation roll?
Well, I thought of it. I will
there
do
you go.
it.
Do
All
it.
right.
Roll that sharp. Please have good sharp.
Sharp gives me 7, which I think is minimal success.
That is minimal success. You can ask one question of me.
Read bad situation.
The bottom one.
What's the best way to protect the victims?
Ooh, without specialized knowledge of how to kill what's about to show up.
Yeah.
She said, Lord, maybe negotiation, the Fae. Maybe you can out-talk them. And with that, there's going to be a crackle of energy. And behind you, innocuous on the ground, you'll see that there's a circle of flowers. And a wind is going to whip up, and the air is going to shimmer and shine in front of you. And in half a breath, the most handsome, beautiful, ethereal man that you've ever seen in your life, or will ever see again, steps out of the ground. He's wearing flawless armor made of gold and green leaves. His hair is blonde and cascades down his back like a river of straw. A perfect crown reaches up toward the moonlit sky, and he wears boots of the softest doe leather that you could imagine. A long, curving sword lays at his waist, which is wrapped in layer upon layer of velvet belt material, and a brilliant royal blue cloak billows behind. Actually, no, pardon me. It would obviously be green. It would obviously be green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thoughts.
So I have one of my moves is I've read about this sort of thing where it lets me roll sharp instead of cool when acting under pressure. So this seems like the sort of situation where you'd go, wait a second, I've read about this sort of thing,
okay,
and try and act on it. Okay. So I'm just want to know what that would, how that would work.
So that would be like act under pressure is like if you're driving.
Yeah, but the relevance of having read about this sort of thing. It's like a...
So I would say, based on his information of knowing to talk to it, if you're going to manipulate someone, then you'd have to argue that you could use it for manipulate, not act under pressure. But...
Yep, I would say, knowing that fairies follow, like, word of law and stuff like that, they follow their word, that doesn't require a roll. You're a hunter.
Okay. Because then I've also got my preparedness, which is when I need something unusual or rare. So if I want to bribe it
maybe let's talk to it and then find out what it needs.
Okay, yeah. I will attempt to talk to it.
Thoughts, guys? Thoughts?
Try and talk.
I don't think we can try to run. I think we do need to try to talk.
So I guess I'm going to roll my act under pressure to try and persuade it to not attack us.
That's manipulate someone.
That would be manipulate someone.
So that you wouldn't be...
And he hasn't done anything yet.
No, but he probably will.
So you could try to manipulate someone to...
But are we not... I guess what I'm trying to figure is, like, are we under pressure? So manipulating someone normally...
act under pressure specifically for...
Because this one just tells me, like, you do what you set out to do, or you can work open a hard choice or price to pay. So it's
act under pressure, trying to do something, acting under pressure, staying on task while Banshee screams at you, barricading the door, while giant rats. It's trying to do something under particular stress or danger.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was manipulate someone...
That's like the negotiation power.
Oh, wait, you know what?
Yeah.
It is act under pressure because you cannot make manipulate rolls against monsters.
Okay, yeah.
You cannot manipulate a monster.
Right.
You have to just take their word on
it.
Hunter. Because that adds that layer of mystique where you're like, well, Angel said he has a soul. He's a good guy. And it's so you can't be like, I rolled a 12. I know if he's a good guy.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's all role playing. Like,
yeah.
Like you can't trust a monster. And mechanically you can't.
Monsters and minions cannot normally be manipulated.
Yeah. So go ahead and make me an act under pressure roll.
Okay. So this is where my having read about this would come into play. Being
Absolutely.
Like, okay, so I will be doing that. Woo! Oh no. Well.
You can use a destiny to get a 12. Or a 8. Luck.
That other thing.
So that's a 6.
Yeah, that's a fail.
I'm going to try, though, with the 6.
Market XP.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
So on a 6. Yeah.
I don't succeed. So,
what can I do to you with that?
So I basically straight up just do not succeed at acting under pressure, and then whatever additional stuff it lets you do, I guess.
So
that's before I even get into trying to manipulate someone.
So what's going to happen is, what do you say? What do you do?
Like, stop, halt.
You dare tell me what to do?
Yeah.
Enough speaking from you,
Well,
little bug. And he'll reach out and you'll feel your voice pulled out of your throat.
Oh, crap.
No, your voice is gone. No crap. You're like, whoa.
Yeah.
And a little swirling, like, garble of words will appear and dance around his hand. What a queer little bird. Huh. He'll throw it up into the sky.
I can't use my ability because I can't manipulate him.
You should feel yourselves graced, for I am here to speak to you pathetic reneging mortals.
My lord, we are graced with your presence. And we humbly come to renegotiate.
To renegotiate. Should you not have been here 5 nights hence? Whence? Which way is it?
Hence.
It is hence?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it? Further.
That's further in the future.
Okay.
So-
5 nights ago.
Again, we were only made of, I was only made aware of your agreement just this last night. My deepest apologies. Would you be so kind as to grace us and allow us to renegotiate?
Would you be so kind as to grace the earth with your knees? They deserve the kiss. The soft kiss of your breeches.
Glance over.
Or
Or doth thou think thou art holier than I?
I will do it.
I will too.
I negotiated with demons
I'm gonna end up on my butt, because holy fuck.
And you're holding this kid.
So I will take a
Also
knee and
on
kind of do
knees.
like that, you know.
Your voice is
Bend the
going to
knee.
fly around your head and then dart back into your mouth. Nervously. You have Oberon's attention. Do not waste it. Please, I grace you with my presence. Grace me with your offer. As dirty of a mouth as it comes from, I shall listen.
What we request is that the town of what was the one that was that got away?
Hands fast.
Hands fast.
That the town of Handfast no longer enjoy your protection, and in exchange you will no longer take any children.
A complete reneging on our agreement.
This is what I was informed of. Can you give me the complete details of your previous arrangement? Perhaps the one before.
Are there none
just let
alive
me-
who still remember it?
Humans are but short-lived creatures, my lord.
How true, so pathetic. So fleeting. So sad. You have moved me with the tragedy of your pathetic existence. Yes, I will regale you. When this burg was settled some 400 of your years ago, the followers of the old tradition called to me. They begged Oberon, king of the fairies, to come and bless this valley with good crops, protection from the weather, and a joyous, peaceful, boring life. And for 400 years, I have been a gracious master. For there is only one offering that I request. A new aide, a new attendant to dwell with me. Once every 40 years. The glowing child of the town, the jewel must be brought forward and given up. That is how I gain some of my closest confidants. He'll gesture a finger, such as Violet, who seems to have been met with violence.
An accident, we assure you.
I'll glance over at her worriedly.
I waited. In my great patience, I waited. 40 years and a day. A day.
But my lord, would you be willing to negate this entire arrangement? No protection for the town. It shall live or die by its own nature. And unfortunately, in which case the price would no longer need to be paid. And my deepest regrets for not providing you with a dearest attendant. But if the request is negated completely, then that is only fair, is it not?
What would you suggest?
Would you perhaps accept some other price? Not something other than the golden child. Perhaps something small in recognition of how graciously you treated the town in the past, but not requiring your attention in the future.
What do you do?
Digging a hole for James.
I could use a servant. I think a simple service of... How long do one of you live? 100 years?
If we are fortunate, my lord.
I think 100 years of service would be sufficient. One lifetime, you still have the lifetime afterward, given back in full at the current age. Unless you have a better offer.
Stand up, walk forward. Be happy to serve. I'm saving the fucking town, man.
Wow. Any other offers? I would also accept trinkets, treasures.
Trinkets or treasures, we might be able to make arrangements for that. Any particular manner of trinkets or treasures?
I will tell you. This one. You will come with me. If, in 1 year and 1 day, on the 1st of July, you have erected a monument to me in this town, so that all shall remember, despite measly little lives, your friend will be returned. 1 year. And if not, I shall keep her and every other child in the city. Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Well met.
Oh, actually, but agreed with but one small caveat.
Duncan, what are you doing?
You will see the shadows begin to swell around him as he grows in stature, but not in size. It's like his presence looms over you. Like, it's the emotional equivalent of someone reeling back for a slap.
I know, and I'm just like, my lord, it is but a simple and a small one. I have endured negotiations with other beings. My only caveat is that neither you or any of your servants interfere with the construction of the monument. It is only fair that the townsfolk assemble it on their own merits. And
You will be given 1 year.
Thank you, my lord.
Interference or not, should it be failed to be erected by the 1st of your July, should the eyes of Julius set upon this land and the statue not be under their gaze, I will do much more than interfere. For there are many more like Bone Cruncher.
Sorry, I was trying to follow that. Did he agree not to interfere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically.
Then agreed. And so we will have the monument erected in the time span that you dictated.
Thunder will crackle overhead, casting everything into bright, stark white. And then it'll be dark again. What's that?
It's before, as they're like staring at each other, I'm gonna pull my phone out and I'm gonna just like behind my hand it to you, like, Chance Fredericks is a construction worker, and Alexander Frank is an artist. And drop my phone.
And then the phone drops and there's no one in front of you, and the field is empty, and the little boy is just sitting next to you. But it's a soft summer's night. Whew. The wind and the heat actually breaks, and it's warm, and there's sweat all over you, some colder than others.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's a normal night again. What do you do?
I'm sorry, Allie. Dealing with demons 101. You do not give them an avenue to
Dealing
mess
with Fae 101. Don't insult their honor.
I didn't insult their honor.
You did. You questioned whether or not they would hold up to their own integrity.
No, that is exactly.
That could have gotten us all smited,
Look,
like right there.
If he was insulted, I would be dead now.
Loud whistle. Shut the fuck up, there's a kid.
Okay, let's get that one home. Oh my god. Okay, someone get this kid home, and I need to hit the books because there's no way we're doing this without having some sort of contingency plan.
I'm gonna call the cops and be like, so I was at the playground just kind of hanging out because it was hot.
Make me that manipulation roll.
Is Violet still here?
No, she is gone.
Okay.
She is gone.
Mm.
Although, yeah.
And I need to go get some first aid, clearly.
All right, so
I dropped
actually,
my keys too, so you guys have a car.
So
good.
time passes, and you start. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
And you will start to begin work to maybe buy back your friend's freedom. And now what you experience on the other side is a completely different story for another time.
Mm-hmm.
But here's hoping that in a year you'll return. Of course, maybe they won't have time. Maybe they won't remember. Because there's 51 more monsters. If there's a monster a week. And that's going to be Monster of the Week for tonight because it's 11 o'clock and we're going to call it. Ow, that was my elbow. So what do you guys think of Monster of the Week?
That was fun.
I liked
That
it.
was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was cute. It's good. I feel like I should have asked you guys a few more questions and put it a little more in your ballpark, but as a first game, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I like the whole don't make rolls unless you can't logically be deemed to do it. It's like, oh, you have a shotgun. Cool.
You shoot, yeah.
You can intimidate a normal person with a shotgun without a roll.
Yeah.
You know, like you could just stuff like that. That's pretty cool. Did anybody have any questions about this? This is like the basic adventure. So where you meet Oberon and they're like, don't fight Oberon.
Yeah.
Don't fight Oberon.
Yeah.
Poor life choices.
Poor life choices. Like Oberon is, so there was like a second plot where Violet is actually very chatty. She's been taken since she was 3. She's 43 years old now and looks about 15. Very curious and playful, and wild and dangerous, but she doesn't want to go back. So she potentially can be a secondary plot line where it's like, oh, I don't want to go back, and you have to kind of unbrainwash her, or maybe you can't. And then Bone Cruncher is a red cap in the service of Oberon. So basically, he waited until after that first extra night, and he's like, you know what? Fine, go start causing some trouble. Remind them of me. And so they went out and started causing trouble. And Bone Cruncher just wants to eat people. So he's like, come on, just let me go. So that caveat about don't let any of your servants mess with things, he's like, fine, I'll just take Bone Cruncher back. Otherwise, he gets left behind because, who cares?
Yeah.
Right? So that was pretty good. So yeah, that was Monster of the Week. Any other thoughts? It's a cute little pickup game, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'd be happy to keep playing this one. That was fun.
Yeah.
Well, but then we'd have to kick Amy out.
That's okay.
Well, I guess we could technically kick you out.
Absolutely, yeah.
But,
just kick me out.
Or just weird time skips. Like, it could be something of, like, that way if Chris or Mike can't come for one night or whatever, we pick Amy's character back up or something.
This is a good
flexible.
This is a good swap out game.
Kind of feels like the old Hunter style, like
the league game we
the
played.
Hunter League game. That was fun.
Yeah. So Monster of the Week is fantastic. Little Powered by the Apocalypse book. Retails for about $30. And given how much role playing books are these days,
for an entire system.
Yeah, you can get this on Amazon, or you can get this through your local comic or hobby store. I would suggest that. It's really fun, and support independent RPG makers.
Yeah, do the thing. Do
and we're not
thing.
being we're not being paid by them at all.
We're not. No, like I would, like if Michael Sands or Evil Hat Productions wants to send us an extra copy to make life easier, I would love that. But
Cool.
like,
That'd be awesome.
but like, this is a cool book, and they did a lot of good work here, and it was really easy to run compared to like
so
City
nice.
of Mist. City of Mist even was very difficult to
Well, it was
run.
really easy to pick up the mechanics,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like I think we still need like a little bit of practice, but not much.
Yeah.
I think we're mostly proficient like already.
Yep, and I would prefer to run my own adventure because like there were a lot of times where it was like, "Ugh." I literally skimmed this section as we're going into this.
Yeah.
So
Well, and that's kind of
But,
what's
like-
nice about like even having that as your first game. Okay, now you can do everything else for a year, right?
Yeah.
And-
Well,
and-
like with this also, like,
I just made that wasn't the
Yeah.
condition. I just made that up.
there's a couple things.
Oh, was
like,
it? Well,
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Ah.
Is that using that as a jumping point? You know,
like some of the moves, like I would have chosen different ones for a longer term versus a one shot.
Mhm.
Because it's a one shot, I didn't take the ones that just give me experience.
Mm-hmm.
Because like one of the last possible moves for myself is don't worry, I'll check it out. Whenever you go off by yourself to check out somewhere or something scary, mark experience.
Yeah, that gets pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? So like I do the I don't want to go, Scoob.
So-
Do it.
And I get the experience for it.
So-
But I don't get anything else.
Everybody here runs
Yeah, I don't think
games.
anyone else has that power either.
Yeah.
So, the last thing I want to mention, they use an interesting mechanic called the countdown system here, which is one of their clocks. So it starts up with day. Oberon has Violet, a changeling, and Bone Cruncher, a redcap, cause trouble. Shadows. When it starts to get a little darker, Violet finds the most beloved child in town. Dusk, Violet, and Bone Cruncher abduct the most beloved child, which is where you guys interjected. Sunset. Oberon lets Bone Cruncher off the leash. He kills several people. Nightfall, Bone Cruncher makes his lair in the town hall, killing more people in the process. Midnight, the other townsfolk must leave or be eaten. So that doesn't necessarily have to like track with the daylight,
Yeah.
but it is kind of like the darkening of the set.
Yeah, it's a story. Yeah.
So that's kind of how the mechanic works, and it's kind of cool.
I like that.
I enjoy that, yeah.
So we'll figure out what we're running in this slot later. I've got some ideas now, but hopefully you guys will enjoy it. It's going to be probably World of Darkness.
I'd say this is definitely one that we could pick up every now and then too for
This will
Really
not be the
breaks.
last monster of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even if heck this is something that we film in advance so that we can slot it in on a regular scheduled night because we're gone or
Because
something's
vacations are
happened.
nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that's going to be it for Dork Tales tonight. I realized that we didn't do introductions on the at the beginning, so why not do it at the end either? Be sure to tune in on Friday. That's 2 nights from now. So tomorrow we're gonna go off see Endgame because we're huge nerds, and then Friday we're gonna be even huger nerds because Krista and I and another 3 nerds are going to be building our Star Trek Adventures cast for Star Trek Curiosity, which is our new show that's going to be every other Friday for most of the summer. Anyway, that's it from us. Thank you for tuning in to Dork Tales. Good night.
Have a good night.
I'm
Press the button.
Push the button, Kronk. I'm so tired. I just want to take a nap and eat carbs.